Thank you for joining us this morning, everyone. We'll take a quick peek at our schedule here. We're going to kick the morning off with Tara Johnson with the Food Finance Institute, and then run through our day with a few speakers. We'll take a quick break from 12:30 to 1 o'clock so everyone can grab some lunch, and then we'll come back and have some more speakers, and then we'll plan to wrap up around 3:30 or 4 o'clock today. I do encourage you, because I know many of you are at home, take breaks as you need to, hop back in and out as your schedule allows today, and we will be recording today's presentations and making them available after our presentations are done today. So again, thank you for joining us, and without further ado, I'm going to introduce Tara Johnson, our first speaker here. Tara is a serial entrepreneur whose mission is to create the next generation of environmentally and economically regenerative food and farming businesses. Tara is the founder of Tara's Way and host of the Edible Alpha podcast. Tara has participated in the full arc of creating a successful investor finance company, and she's now the founder of the Food Finance Institute at the University of Wisconsin System and winner of the UW Extension Chancellor's 2017 Wisconsin Idea Award. Tara is a frequent speaker, teacher, and financial consultant to sustainable food and farming businesses, social venture funds, and investors. We are so excited and pleased to have you joining us this morning, Tara. And with that, I am going to pass our technology over to you so you can share your presentation here.
Okay, well, hopefully you're seeing my screen now. I'm thrilled to be here today. This was such a creative solution to this problem of the polar vortex. I'm looking out the window and thinking, well, the snow, it's so cold that the snow is almost purple, and bright retinal clear day. And I'm thinking it's really hard when it's this cold to try to be inspired to go take risks and create new things. And I think that just switching this venue the way we did is a great example of how entrepreneurs work. You know, we roll this way, right? Things get in the way and then we find a way around the rock. And so it's great to be with you today. What I'm going to do is take you through the story of Tara's Way. So, and there's some lessons in there for all kinds of entrepreneurs, any kind of entrepreneur, but certainly people who are doing entrepreneurship in the food and value-added agriculture environment. Okay, so why is my screen not advancing? Let's see if I can. Sharing whiteboard. That's not right. Okay, we figured it out somehow here. Sorry about that. Okay, so this is a picture of me standing in the plant that I built. And yes, my 10 seconds of fame is in a hairnet. It used to be when you would do a Google search for my name, this is the picture would come up. So lots and lots of people have seen me in the hairnet. You'll see lots of stainless steel pipes back there. This picture was taken by our weekly newspaper here in the Madison area called the Isthmus. They did an article about my company, and because they're a publication, that's why if people would search for my name, they would get this picture. So I started a company because I had been running a cheese company before I did the Tara's Whey, and we made animal feed with our whey, and we took whey from another cheese company, a big cheese company up near us, and had a pretty big division of our company that was doing animal feed. And we started making organic cheese there, and there was no way to add value to the whey. See, there are puns when you do whey. Um, yeah, so we're making organic cheese. We're paying a lot of money for organic milk, making organic cheese, and we were taking the whey and just mixing it with conventional whey. And so we couldn't add any value to it. And that was what all of the cheesemakers in our state who were making organic cheese were doing with their whey at the time. And the reason that that was going on was there was no plant anywhere in the country that could segregate different kinds of whey. So whey protein plants are usually big bolt-ons to giant cheese factories that run 24/7. And you couldn't shut one of those big plants down and clean it and run a little bit of organic and then shut that down and start up again. It just wasn't feasible financially. So because of that, there was no organic whey protein, and there definitely was a market for it. I knew there was, and certainly for humans, you know, we were doing animal feed, but at the time, this was kind of the time when bodybuilders were the big users of whey protein, and but there was another market that I was starting to notice for the health and wellness consumer, and there really weren't any products at the time that were designed for that consumer. So my big idea was to be the crazy person who was going to start this whey company, and it meant I had to build a factory. So what we did that was really unique was organic whey protein. We also did goat whey because we built a plant that was capable of segregating different kinds of protein, and it was a small enough plant and flexible enough plant that we could switch between proteins. So we did organic cow whey, we also did goat whey, and we also did a grass-fed whey protein product. So the reason that people are interested in whey, at least the health and wellness consumer, the reason they're interested in whey protein is that whey is complete branched chain amino acids in an incredibly bioavailable form. I know that sounds like a mouthful, but what it means is that it is probably the best complete source of protein for humans, and it happens to come in a form that your body can absorb readily, and that is why it's attractive for the health and wellness consumer. When I started Tara's Whey, as I said, most of the people who were using whey at the time were bodybuilders in the United States. If you went, in fact, I did this when we were developing our products. I went to a GNC store, and at that time, like the whole back wall was whey protein, and can after can, brand after brand. The whey protein had a guy with abs, you know, the six pack on a picture of that guy, and it was a black can, and it was silver, and it was red. It was very aggressive looking, right? And it was not speaking to a consumer who wanted a healthy product. And bodybuilders would take whey protein because they would work out, and they call it ripping, where they rip their muscles because they work out so hard. And what they discovered was if they did that and then had whey protein after they did it, they would recover faster. And that is because of that, all those amino acids in whey protein, they're feeding the body's ability to heal itself. And that function that the bodybuilders were using it for helps everybody, actually. So about this time, I started looking on PubMed, which is something that is a database of every refereed journal article in the medical field. It's publicly available and an amazing resource for people who are doing any kind of health-related product. Anyway, I started looking, and there were all kinds of clinical trials underway with that doctors are running with whey protein for things like surgery recovery and all kinds of diseases. Actually, I had no idea. So when I said, okay, well, we're going to be not just the only organic whey protein, we're going to do something really special with how we formulate our products, and so that they will be optimal for a health and wellness consumer. And once I decided that, I started reading more, and I learned that there's a long tradition in Europe of using whey curatively. So in the Alpine countries in Europe, for hundreds of years, people would go on whey retreats in the Alps, and whey is 95% water, so they'd have to drink a ton of water. And there were probably, baths and other things that they did, and they would have to be there for months. But this was a tradition in Europe. And so if you go to a pharmacy in one of the Alpine countries, they routinely sell whey. So all of these things were coming together and said to me that the time was right to do a product like this in the United States. So I started thinking about this business in 2007. So I had been running that cheese company, and I helped sell that company back to the family that founded it, the third generation of the family that founded it. And I was too young to retire, and so that was when I really got serious about this Tara's Whey thing. So it was about 2007, and it took a long time. This is a complicated thing to not just build a factory like this, but also raise the money to do it. It turned out that the least expensive, smallest plant that I could make economically viable would cost $14 million, and that was in 2009. So I had to raise $14 million to start that business. And people ask me, well, where did you get that kind of money? Because I certainly didn't write a check for $14 million. And my answer to that is I found the money everywhere. It takes a lot of money and a lot of different sources of money to fund a project like this. People use the word capital stack these days. It's more than just stacking up money. It's also aligning the right kind of money with the right uses for the money, right? So it's a whole complicated exercise. But I had debt financing. We used SBA programs. We had Alliant Energy money in the deal. We also had investor money. We had CDFI money. We had every kind of money. So it took 2 years to pull all that together. We had a closing, and the joke at the time was that our deal was the last one to close before the economy fell apart. So we are now in late 2008, and we're building a factory, a $14 million factory. And I had letters of intent to supply the plant, and I had letters of intent to purchase product from the plant. I needed to have those in order to secure financing. It turned out, because the economy fell apart so badly and so quickly, half of the people who said they would supply me didn't, and all of the companies that had signed letters of intent to purchase from us did not purchase from us. We actually did, in the beginning, when we were building the plant and it was just about done, we actually toyed with the idea of not opening at all, like delaying the opening of it. It was crazy because the economy was just so bad at the time, and nobody really knew what was going to happen, right? But we decided to open. Then we had all the troubles with our suppliers and our and our buyers. So I did what entrepreneurs do, which is, as I started this thing out, there's a rock in the river and we find a way around it. So the way the path I found was kind of twofold. The first was um, there was at the time a need for organic whey protein to go into organic infant formula. It's a more efficient formulation to use whey protein in infant formula than other forms of dairy protein. And so we knew there was a market for that, and we had some good relationships there, but we had to get the plant certified, independent third-party certification to ship to an infant formula company, which is an incredibly high bar if you think about it from a quality assurance perspective. There is no more discerning consumer than that, or customer than that. So my plant manager and I and an outside consultant basically spent 2 months documenting not just the HACCP plan, but all of the QC quality control practices we would need to be able to ship to an infant formula company. And we got certified. And that process in a bigger company would have taken many more months than that. And I think it's another example of what you do when you're kind of desperate. I used to tell people that I felt like I was on a motorcycle that took off from one edge of the Grand Canyon, and I was either going to make it to the other side, or I was going to be like Wile E. Coyote in those cartoons who would, run into the side of a cliff and slide down. So we did that in 2 months, and we started shipping bulk product to infant formula company. And then we decided to launch our brand early. So we always intended to have our own brand of whey protein. It's a crazy thing in the whey protein business that the plants that make the protein don't have their own brands. It's typically, as I said, just kind of a waste treatment thing for a cheese plant to put a big whey plant on there, and they sell it in bulk and they don't have their own brand. So it was kind of unique when we said, really want to have our own brand. And if we're going to have trouble getting people to do the new product development because the economy was so bad, we would do it. So we started formulation along those lines that I was talking to you about. And it was about 6 months after the plant opened. It was the day that we had our grand opening, and the Secretary of Agriculture was at our plant, and all kinds of dignitaries were there. And I got up in front of everybody, having learned that day that Whole Foods took us almost nationally right out of the gate. That's the brand that is Tara's Whey. Now, for those of you who work in this area, you'll know that it's very unusual for Whole Foods to do that. So it was super exciting, and I got to announce that in such a public forum, and it was just great. We were all celebrating. And then I got home that night, and I realized I had nowhere near enough money to launch a national brand. So here we are, it's still early 2009, and I had to raise another $1 million to launch the brand, or to support the launch. Now, at the time, people had been telling me it would cost $1 million to launch a national brand. And I was kind of like, well, I'm from Wisconsin, baling wire and duct tape, farm girl, it won't cost that much. We'll figure out a way to do it. A year later, looking back, or even better, probably a year and a half, 2 years later, it was $1 million. And that was in 2009. When I work with clients now, it costs more than that. It's at least 1.5 million, if not more. So anyway, I did the money raise that I needed to do in the pit of the Great Recession to support the launch. This is a picture of the plant and a truck coming in. It's a really beautiful place. We built this plant using the LEED certification process. And I did this because my consumer was a health and wellness consumer, and we did organic infant formula. So our consumer actually cared a lot about our production practices. The more educated consumers at the time would ask me what temperature the whey was dried at and what the amino acid profile was. I mean, they really care about this stuff. So we did some cool things in that plant, and we won some green energy awards. One of them, that big tall thing you see on the top of that building, that's a dryer. It's 65 feet tall. We recovered the heat off our boiler to preheat the chamber of the dryer. That was an incredibly energy efficient thing to do, and enabled us to get that, in combination with a lot of heat exchange, enabled us to get that Alliant Energy funding for renewable energy. The other thing is, you'll see all the flowers here. When we landscaped, when we did it in a way that we could handle all of the stormwater on the site without discharging into the city. And that was proved to be really foresighted, because after we built our plant, the city started having to put surcharges on the manufacturers who were discharging water, because the city in turn was paying extra fees for discharging water into the Mississippi River Basin. So the city started sending people to our plant to see what we did, because we handled all the stormwater on the site. So we won several awards for various dimensions of the building, and it was an incredibly valuable process for us when we were building. So this is a picture of the original cans of Terra's Whey. And if you go to a Whole Foods now, anywhere in the country, or a GNC or Hy-Vee, in the supplement section, you'll see Terra's Whey. Terra's Whey in 2018 became the #1 brand of whey protein in the national category. Now, that is a really big deal, because there are over 200 brands of whey protein in the natural category. The thing that I didn't anticipate was that we're now in places like Hy-Vee. I never thought we would be in mass market grocery, but we are. And so Terra's Whey is now the #4 brand of any whey protein, which is crazy. But you'll see here that there's no guys and abs here. This was a really different conception of the product. Having the white can like that, and having a brand that was not something like Muscle Max, or Biochem, or that was the kind of names that whey protein had at the time. I think people look at our brand and they say, well, of course, it was a woman named Tara, so she wanted her name on the can. And the truth is, we went through a really long process to name the brand. We looked at probably, at least 500 different names at one point. And we came around to Terra's Whey for a couple of really good reasons. The first is that my name is Tara. It's not Sally, right? Terra means T-R-R-A, means earth in Latin. And so Terra means earth, right? So that was the right name. The other thing about this is that people always make puns, as I started in this talk. It's like you can't avoid it. And so another thing is we wanted to kind of make a pun in this. So Terra's Whey is a pun. You also see there's a little dot over the apostrophe instead of an apostrophe, and there are two colors. And so that's all clever ways to make sure that we could get a trademark, because you have to, so Terra, T-E-R-R-A, is not trademarkable because it means earth in Latin, and so we had to be careful about how we did that. When we launched, just to show you kind of the power of packaging and the power of a brand. When we launched, I had buyers like distributor buyers for UNFI. I went to visit them, and they had the cans up in their cubes, and they were saying, "Oh my God, they look so gorgeous! Like I want to have them I want to look at it in my cube." And that kind of stuff, that's true for the buyer, but it's also true for the consumer. And that kind of stuff really makes a difference when you're thinking about a consumer product like this. Yeah, so as I was saying, we have managed to build incredible distribution. So the first place I started at was Willie Street Co-op, the natural food co-op in Madison. It's probably the place that is most receptive of any in the city to new brands. And so they were incredibly helpful. And and one of the stories I tell people is just to help people think through like who your target customer is. When I would demo product, which you have to do when you launch a brand, I was demoing personally in Willie Street Co-op, and people would ask me like what the temperature we're drying the whey protein at and the amino acid profile, all these technical questions about the whey, because they already knew about whey and they knew about its curative benefits potentially. And when I would do that at even Outpost in Milwaukee, where consumers would be asking, what's whey? And I'd be back telling the story of Little Miss Muffet sat on her tuffet eating her curds and whey. Like they had no idea what whey was. So I tell people, it's a lot easier to sell product to a consumer who already knows what your product is than it is to a consumer who doesn't. So it's interesting because years later, Willie Street Co-op, we were in like Whole Foods right in the middle of Manhattan, and Willie Street Co-op was still one of our top 5 customers for just in terms of the amount of sell-through we had. It's amazing. Yeah, and the other thing I can say is that article in the Isthmus. When that article ran, it was on the cover of the Isthmus. Our sales in Willie Street and all of our local stores doubled, and they never went back. That is such a powerful example of the value of that kind of public relations promotion. But now we're in Whole Foods around the country, and I use Hy-Vee as just one example of a mainstream retailer that has the brand. This is us on Amazon. Certainly, every brand sells. Every brand in the supplement world has always had a presence online, and Terra's Whey is no exception. You can see here now. This is the newer version of the brand, the label. It has evolved over time, but not very much. So what are the lessons for farmers? So yeah, my business was a big capital raise, and it was a big brand, and it was food, and so how is that all relevant? Well, there's a lot that's relevant because as you guys are moving more into value-added products of all kinds, you're going to be participating in markets that behave a lot like my story. So what does this mean? So the first thing I will say is that you are entrepreneurs and not just farmers. And it's so interesting to me because working with farmers, I have a client who does, this is just an example, I have a client who does some grass-fed beef. Seriously, they sell wholesale and they do retail also, direct-to-consumer sales. And it was so fun the day he told me, he looked at me and said, I was, thinking about it last week. I realized that we're not just farmers, we're entrepreneurs. And that is a loaded comment because it means all these things about having to understand your target consumer and what they care about and finding ways to be unique. instead of the same, like, instead of just the cheapest grower of corn, right, the most efficient, now you have to worry about what kind of corn do consumers want. It's a really different process. And that leads me to my second bullet point. So as you're moving into value-added products, I tell people, you gotta do your homework to figure out what things consumers want. And that may not be what you currently grow. And that is a sea change for farmers who are starting to do value-added things. Getting the opportunity, or taking the time and the opportunity to interact with your customers and see what they want is absolutely critical. And I tell people that, if you were a big food company, they don't start with what is convenient for them to make. They start with what consumers want. And so that way of thinking is your new way of thinking. Efficient aggregation and processing matter. They matter a lot. And I think you guys as farmers, or women as farmers, that. And what is challenging is that a lot of the value-added new products that consumers want suffer from not having efficient aggregation and processing. So kind of like there was no organic whey on the market, even though consumers wanted it, because we had no processing. That story plays out a lot in what we're doing. So I'm thinking of things like aronia berries or hazelnuts or things like that, new opportunities we have. Hemp, industrial hemp has this right now, that we got people who can grow it and are growing. We don't have the processing and aggregation. So the other thing I can tell you is, in value-added work, brands matter a lot. So all of that, I spent all that time talking about my can and the Tara's Whey and how we named it, because the brand was so pivotal in our success. So we would not be here. The company would not be what it is without having had the force of that brand. And so that too is a realm that farmers are not accustomed to working in, right? I mean, you sell your corn or you do what you do, but you don't really spend a lot of time developing your brand. And understanding what a brand is and what it does and how you manage it is kind of a whole thing that is new. This applies to, if there's some of you who are doing, agro entertainment kinds of things, where your product is your farm and you're bringing people to your farm. You have a brand which is your farm, right? Which is weird because you probably live there. It's your home and it's a place you do some stuff, but it's also a brand, which is an interesting shift for people to have to go through. Defensible, unique business models matter even more than anything else once you move into value added. So what do I mean by that? I mean doing something that everybody else isn't doing, and there's something that makes it difficult for other people to do it. So Tara's Whey, you have to have a certain critical mass of organic cheese being made close to a whey plant in order for that to work. And it turns out that there's still only one other plant, and it's a small one in California. Other than that, the Tara's Whey plant is the plant for doing this, just because of that. So it's very, very defensible. Digital distribution. So the thing about that, so selling on Amazon or selling online, what I can tell you about that is that it is in its infancy. I just looked at some consumer products research, attitudinal data about consumers regarding buying food online. And the conclusion was it's still an emerging distribution channel. And by that, I mean that way over the majority of people will say that they still shop almost exclusively in grocery stores, and a significant portion of people express that they have absolutely no desire to buy food online. So younger consumers are much more likely than older consumers to buy online. So that doesn't mean it's not a viable channel of distribution for you. It just means that it's an emerging one. And so building a whole business strategy around selling online right now is will only work if you don't need scale quickly. The other message I have for you is there is money available for sound business opportunities in agriculture, but it takes a lot of time and preparation to secure it. I was on version 156, literally, of my business plan pro forma when we closed on the financing. 156 versions. And that was because the business plan was evolving over time, and that pro forma had to change. And the larger the amount of money it is, the more documentation you need, and the more locked down that pro forma and plan need to be. So I tell people, like, the kiss of death for raising money is going to your banker and saying, yeah, I need $250,000, and it's sort of because I want to, get into it. I don't know, start doing direct marketing of grass-fed beef. And you don't have a supporting plan, you don't have a pro forma, you don't understand who your consumer is, how you're going to sell to, what the prices look like. You don't have all that worked out. So you just asked a banker for money without all the details documented, and that is like the kiss of death, because you just lost a whole bunch of credibility. Preparation is really important, and it's hard to do this, so you often need to get help to do it, technical assistance help to do it. The other thing is you can't do these bigger, more ambitious things. You can't even do little things these days without a team. And that doesn't mean you have to hire all these people in your company, but you have to have relationships with people like good accountants and good lawyers and people who know the consumer and understand the markets. I mean, all of those are part of your team. It's like a virtual team that you get to pull together in order to make this work. And then finally, being an entrepreneur is tough. The rocks are definitely in the river all the time. And so success comes with persistence. Building a company, building a value-added product line for your farm, certainly building a farm, is a long-term exercise. And it's a marathon. It's not a sprint, right? So when you go into these things, just keep in mind that your time horizon is long. So where you can learn more, so Edible Alpha, my podcast series, that is freely available on all the major podcast platforms. It is a place where I interview a lot of stakeholders, I'd use that word, for making money in food and value-added ag. And so I've interviewed bankers and investors. I also interview entrepreneurs and farmers and talk about things like business models that can make money and how to secure financing and what do banks look like. So I started this thing thinking it would be kind of a fun thing to do, and I realized along the way that the content is amazingly useful. So we're actually taking some of it and developing some digital learning curricula with using it as a resource. So watch for that as well. And then we also do boot camps. They're a 4-day process to help people work through that preparation thing about money, like just getting ready to raise money. So you know exactly when you come out of it what you need to do in order to raise money successfully. And I think that's it. I thank you guys so much for taking the time to listen, and hopefully this has inspired you to take your own risks and blast forward with new regenerative and just resilient and just creative entrepreneurial agriculture and food businesses.
Thank you so much, Tara. That was wonderful. I see we have a few questions that came in. Do you have time to stick around for a couple of questions?
Absolutely.
Okay,
Can
great.
you read them to me?
Sure, I will do
Yeah.
that. And if anyone else has questions, on the side of your screen, you should see a little chat box. You can type your questions right in there and I can relay them to our speakers here. So Tara, for you, our first question comes in, it says, how long did the demo phase last for you? And once you finished that demo phase, did you feel more or less confident about your product?
So that's a great question. So they're kind of, I want to split this into two things. I'll call it kind of a pilot phase and then demos. So the pilot phase was a phase where we were testing various recipes, formulations, right? So this is typical in food that you have packaging variations and maybe different labels that you want to get consumers to react to, and how sweet the product is. Do they like this chocolate or not? Whatever. That's the pilot phase, and that we did very quickly because we launched in 6 months. So we did that kind of thing in a couple of months of just testing with consumers. The demo phase, so this is now we have commercialized and we are launching into stores. And what I can tell you right now, there are so many brands of everything on the store shelf that consumers are finding it hard to find new brands. And so food and supplements are like this, and booze is like this too, that the best way to get consumers to try something is to give them a chance to do it. So that's what those in-store demos are about. And you'll see demoing going on for new brands for a long time right now, just because of this proliferation of brands. So you have to demo more initially, but even established brands routinely demo these days.
Great. Another one in here asks, what resources did you use to learn more about the digital distribution channels?
That is another great question. So when I did Tara's Way, so think about this, back in 2009, Amazon really didn't have Amazon Marketplace at the time. Like, this was all really new. So it was the wild, wild west. Like, we had no idea what we were doing. And so put up a shopping cart on our website. That was about it. Now it has gotten way more complicated, and there are so one of the podcasts I did was with a firm that is in Michigan that exclusively, all they do is help companies sell on Amazon, because just being part of Amazon Marketplace there's so much technique involved in being successful at that there are now firms that's all they do. So one of the things you can do is go to the podcast series and find the one in the list, and I can share it with you guys at Compeer, so maybe it could help people direct to it. There's an interview about Amazon, and the reason I'm focusing on Amazon is that that is by far and away the most likely online platform right now to drive significant sales. For people to do their own website online, it's hard because people, they go to a grocery store, they buy a whole bunch of things. They're not just thinking, wow, I want beef sticks. I'm going to go online and find beef sticks. It's just too small. And so they never find websites that way, or rarely do. So anyway, pursuing people like that firm in Michigan, or resources that are more local who understand about Amazon, is probably a really good place to start. And in order for things to work on Amazon, you have to have a website, you have to have a consumer database, you have to have social media working, and so that, as somebody who helps you on Amazon, would be helping you with all that too.
Interesting. Okay. I have one for you too.
Sure.
throughout your talk, you mentioned all of these hurdles to overcome. First, someone tells you you need $14 million to start this business, which sounds incredibly unattainable. You get these letters of intent, and that kind of falls through with the recession. You're trying to get certified for infant formula. Then you get taken on by Whole Foods nationally, but that's quite an upscale project. So all of these seem like points where you could have said, well, I'm going to throw in the towel here. That's just an insurmountable barrier. What was it that kept you going and kept you moving?
Isn't that it's such an interesting thing. So I think, people talk about whether entrepreneurs are born that way or whether you can train somebody to do it, right? And I think what you're getting at is part of the, I don't know if it's born exactly, but it is a personality thing. Like I am just a tenacious person. So I'm the kind of person who sees an obstacle and I don't immediately go to, oh my God, the world, the sky is falling. I see an obstacle and go, okay, what are the three things I could do to get around it? And so I think part of that is in the entrepreneur themselves. I think the other thing is it relates to this team thing. Like you've got to build a team around you, and part of the reason you have a team is they help you through things when they're not working. It's like getting the buggy out of the ditch, right? It's the team that helps you do that, and so yeah. And I did a lot to develop that. So I was in a CEO group even when I was running the cheese company before I did Tara's Way. And that was a group of CEOs running other companies going through similar problems. And we had a mentor, specifically worked with each one of us individually. And with that support network was absolutely critical, I think, to my ability to keep going through all of the obstacles.
Thank you. Thanks for sharing that.
Sure.
I had one other question come in relating to your conversation about finding your target consumer market.
Yeah.
It sounds like you did a lot to get into the mindset of your target audience. How did you go about identifying them and sorting out what it was that they wanted?
Yeah. So there are a lot of ways to do that, but I think, so the way that a bigger company and an investor, so I had investors, right, who are expecting to have national brands. You invest in buying market research data to do it if you're operating at that scale. Most people don't operate at that scale. And so what I encourage people to do is number one of the reasons that starting by selling things at farmers markets or having people coming to your farm is so valuable is that you are interacting with customers when you do that. And customers you will see, in the upper Midwest, consumers are nice. We're nice people. And so we never say, oh God, that's awful, right? They won't tell you that. But you will see in what they purchase, like what they need, and then you can interact with them. So opportunities to do that are important. The other thing I encourage people to do is, especially if you're in a rural part of the upper Midwest, your target consumer may include and probably should include more urban consumers. So places like Minneapolis or Chicago or a place like Madison or Milwaukee. And so opportunities to go to a local food show and have a booth there put you in front of people who may be even more your target consumer than your local farmers market. And that just having those opportunities to interact with people is the first step. And that stuff is, if not free, it's pretty close. And participating in those shows, you often can sell product there too. So even with Tara's Way, I did a lot of that, and it was great promotion too.
Fantastic. All right. I, at this time, do not see any other questions coming through our chat. But I know, Tara, you mentioned a couple of resources for people, including your podcast, and so we'll include those in our notes here for people to follow up on. And I just want to thank you for your time, and I appreciate you sharing your story and your insights with us today. This has been a great way to kick off the rest of our webinar talking about resiliency in farming.
Yeah, absolutely. Resiliency is, and resiliency in business too, you know, I mean, that's what it's all about. So good luck and have a great rest of the day.
Great. Thank you so much, Tara.
Sure.
For everyone else, we're going to take just a quick break here. I have a 9:51 timestamp. We're going to get started at 10 o'clock with Andrew Petrin of TC Berries. So get up, stretch a little bit, and we'll be back in about 8 minutes. All right, welcome back, everyone. We're going to go ahead and get started here with our second speaker of the day, Dr. Andrew Petrin of Twin City Berries. Andrew, thank you so much for joining us today, and I'll let you go ahead and take it from here.
Awesome. Thank you so much for letting me be here. Thank you for CompHere for hosting this event. I'm sorry we can't all meet in the same place, but I guess Minnesota is going to be Minnesota. But props to CompHere for being able to prepare this sort of webinar format in such a short notice, and we can still hopefully get as much as we can out of this great event. So the title of my talk is Technology as a Tool. My name is Andy, and I am the owner of Twin Cities Berry Company. So there we go. Just to give a little overview of my talk here, I want to make this scripted portion go sort of pretty quickly so we can have time for questions at the end. I think that may be the more valuable portion of my talk. But I'll first start by giving sort of a history, a very brief history of my operation, because it is very brief. It's only 1 year old. And then my future aspirations for what I actually want to do with Twin Cities Berry Company. I'll talk about the preparatory work that I put into the farm, and I'll really focus on the technology as a tool portion during that part of the talk. I'll overview some challenges that I had. I think this may be very useful for anyone who's looking about diversifying portions of their farm, maybe into fruit, or just anyone who maybe isn't even a farmer yet and is thinking about what to actually consider when they're making these decisions. Then I'll talk about things that I would and wouldn't like to change and end with some helpful resources. So let's begin. So the history of Twin Cities Berry Company really starts with sort of what I thought I wanted to do with my life ever since college. I really loved teaching. I always envisioned myself as a professor one day, and I went to grad school, and I actually got my PhD in 2016 at the University of Minnesota because that was my goal. I wanted to be a professor. I wanted to teach people how to grow. I wanted to research sustainable practices in agriculture and help make that a reality for other people. And I just sort of had that goal, and I pursued it. I got my PhD. I had a postdoc at the university. I eventually applied for a professorship at a university, and I got an offer. The first university that I applied to wanted to hire me, and I was like, but it was really weird because the instant that I saw the offer letter, I sort of got like this feeling in my stomach that I never thought I would have. I sort of had this existential dread, and I had this career crisis right when I saw this letter, and I realized I don't know if I actually want to do this. And I freaked out a little bit, and I talked it over with my wife, and we decided, well, if this is how you're feeling, it's something you can always go back to, but you don't have to do it now. So I turned down the offer, and I decided, well, what do you actually want to do then? What's keeping you up at night? And I would realize, like, every night before I went to bed during my research and during my postdoc, I would always think, like, well, if I had my own farm, here's how I would do it. And then during my free time, I would, write a fake business plan for a theoretical farm, and I made a fake website for a theoretical farm, and I was just like, well, this is what you're doing when you've got nothing else to do. Maybe you should actually try it. And so that's what I decided to do. My PhD research was in season extension for organic strawberries in the upper Midwest. It was really successful. We helped develop and refine these techniques that we could grow strawberries until November. Even our last year at my PhD, we grew strawberries. Our final harvest was November 9th. And I really wanted to have other farmers pick it up. I would go to presentations, I would go to conferences, and it just didn't seem to be gaining the traction. No one seemed to be as excited about it as I was. So I thought to myself, well, if no one else is doing it, I just don't want to see it die. Maybe you should try doing it yourself. And that was it. I turned down my job offer and I started Twin Cities Berry Company last year. So that was the very brief history of my farm. I got a plot of land in Northfield, Minnesota. I leased instead of bought, and I'll go over why I made that decision in a little bit. But looking forward, I have, very short and long-term goals. Eventually, I want to own land. And I also want to keep innovating. I really like designing best practices that are based on research and technology. My pie in the sky goal is to eventually become the largest strawberry producer in the state, maybe even the Midwest. And I think that my model is really conducive to that sort of goal because I'm not doing U-Pick at all. I'm only selling my fruit to co-ops. I'll probably branch out into farmers markets one day, but when you go through that sort of space, you have a much larger access to a greater community, and I think I could possibly achieve my goal if I go that route. And then eventually I would also like to expand to other fruits. Now, I know most people when they have small operations, they like to diversify and have lots of different things. I'm only doing strawberries right now, and that's probably the minimalist researcher part of me, that I want to make sure that I get this one thing incredibly right before I even consider the possibility of going on to other things. And fortunately, the demand for these local strawberries that are organic and taste great were so great in the first year. I really think I can stick to strawberries and really flesh this out and make the best practices that I possibly can before I think about doing any other things into the future. So if we want to move on, I'll talk about some of my prep work. And how I framed this prep work section was basically when I started out, what were my guiding foundational thoughts that I had at the beginning. And at the beginning also meant when I barely had any money at all. As you probably could understand, grad students don't have a whole lot of money to start off with, which is why Camp Compeer has been so great to me. But when I eventually got a little bit of money from the bank to figure out, the next option was, well, what am I actually going to spend my money on? And here were my guiding financial thoughts. Number one was, really, what do I need to spend my money on? And what that meant was, is it redundant to have this thing that you think you're supposed to have? Is this something that other people already have and you can utilize for yourself without using it? And the two biggest things that I really didn't get that you think that you should have at the beginning were land, right? Because I figured in rural Minnesota, there's land abounding, and I knew a bunch of organic farmers. I had a lot of contacts through my university, and I eventually found Aaron at Little Hill Berry Farm in Northfield that would allow me to lease land, and that really helped me keep costs low my first year. I didn't have to buy land. I only had to lease it, because someone else already had land. And the other big thing was tractor infrastructure. I spent a good deal of my loan money on specialized tractor equipment that got pulled behind the tractor, like my bed shaper, my plastic layer. I'll show actually videos of that soon. But something I didn't buy was just a tractor itself, because there's tractors everywhere. And for my strawberry system, you only need to have a tractor once or twice a year. So I'm not sure, no matter how large I get, that I'll ever have a tractor. It would make more sense to me and I reserve the right to change my opinion, obviously, just to rent the tractor, a really nice one, twice a year. So I don't have to worry about the cost of the tractor, the upkeep, the maintenance, the insurance, things like that. And it really helps me keep costs low, at least right now, to only spend money on stuff that I absolutely needed and then sort of renting or doing a cost or labor exchange for everything else. And then finally, the other guiding financial thought was, well, is this thing that I'm spending money on, is it going to last? Or is it something that I would have to spend money on over and over and over again? And this guiding thought really influenced my viewpoint on labor. And I actually didn't have any hired labor last year. I was able to manage an entire acre where I harvested every day all by myself. And the reason that I was able to do that is that I spent my money on infrastructure instead of people that I had to hire. And I'll show you exactly what that was in this slide here. So here's just a picture of my system in the upper left here. I use a raised bed plasticulture system with drip tape irrigation hooked up to a fertility injector. This has been fantastic. We sort of helped see if this was viable in the Midwest during my PhD research, and the plastic is organically approved as long as you remove it at the end of the year. It keeps weed pressure at an absolute minimum. It's really good for soil health purposes, and the injector allows you to fertilize and irrigate at the same time. You can put other things into the tank as well to improve microbial life in the soil. You can help reduce pH in the soil through the irrigation if you put stuff into the injector tank. And it's just very, very nice. I wouldn't have been able to do it any other way with another system. Here's some pictures of the tractor equipment that I bought. Here is a plastic layer, the bed shaper, and this was actually used. It's a polar wrapper that wraps up the plastic at the end of the year. I've got some great videos that hopefully work in the next couple slides. And then this guy right here on the right was huge for harvest. It was actually a solar-powered picking assistant. So what you do is you lay on top of it, so you're not crawling on your hands and knees every single day. You're floating above the strawberry plants themselves. And then you push a little button that pushes the picking assistant forward, and then you can harvest all day long as long as you want, much faster than you would have been able to on your hands and knees in the long run because you're never getting tired. And because of this infrastructural cost, it probably cost the same that hiring labor would have cost for a year. And the advantage of this now, though, is that I have it. I have it forever. It's equity. It adds value to my company. I could sell it if I need to at another time, whereas the labor goes away immediately after you're done with it. And I'm not saying labor is bad, but as I expand, I'm eventually going to need to hire labor too. But right now, when my costs were low, I was trying to make the most out of every dollar that I could, and to me, investing in something like this that made me, myself, able to work better and more efficiently and also added value to the company seemed like a better value at the time. So here's a picture of what the raised beds look like after they've been shaped with the tractor, and I have a video here of the plastic layer in work. Hopefully it works. Yeah, this is just a really short 6-second video. So what this machine does after you shape the beds is it lays down the plastic. It also puts the drip tape underneath the plastic and then punches holes into the plastic all at the same time. And then the strawberry plants eventually go into these holes. And this sort of tech that I can pull behind a tractor that you could either rent or use from whoever you're leasing land from, it saves so much on time, and it creates such a better product than if you were trying to do something like this by hand. So this machine, this was at the end of the year after we were done, and you need to basically wrap and pull all of this plastic. And anyone who's done any sort of plasticulture on a small organic operation has probably had to deal with this at the end of the year, where you need to pull up all of the drip tape and all of the plastic, and it can just be back-breaking, really long, hard work. But what I did is I bought this roller wrapper here, and what it was able to do is just speed up the process by orders of magnitude, and keep the strain off of your body at the same time. So here's what it does. It cuts the plastic in half, and then you hook it up to these hydraulic spinners as the tractor is moving forward. So I'm in the back controlling the speed of the spinners while Farmer John up here is driving the tractor. And it's pulling up the plastic as you're moving forward. Now, just this small video here, this represents by hand maybe over an hour of work that I was able to complete in 30 seconds by using this machine. And if you've ever done something like this before, you know how hard it is. With this machine, we were able to pull all the plastic and all the drip tape on 3 acres of strawberries in about 2 days. And if we didn't have that, I mean, we'd probably still be out there trying to pick it up right now. And this video right here is what we did with the drip tape afterwards. We actually kept the tractor stationary, hooked up multiple lines of drip tape to the roller wrappers, and just started spinning. And we were able to pull up 4 or 5 rows of drip tape all at once. Yeah, you can see I was super happy about that. So obviously this stuff took some cost, right? But it probably also equaled the cost that it would have taken for me to maybe hire labor to do the exact same job if I wanted to get done at a decent time. And now I have this technically forever. And it, like I said, just like the picker, it adds value to the company. You could sell it. It adds to equity, and it is a much better value in my head than just trying to get as many people to pick it up at one time. This is also stuff that you could rent out, and I'm in talks with a couple of other farmers who are super interested in this equipment, as you could imagine, just to do like either a labor share or something like that. Okay, next, let's focus on challenges now. Obviously, there are going to be tons of challenges every single year for every single farmer, but I'm going to have sort of my big 4 that I experienced last year that really put a damper on basically my full potential yield. Thankfully, most of them are easily fixable problems. This first picture here just represents that I was terrible at driving the tractor. This is my first time ever trying to make beds on really long rows ever by myself. And it's hard to tell here, but they're really wobbly. They're not straight lines. It kind of, on some of them, it looked like I was drunk when I was driving the tractor. And it's funny, but because of that, since I wasn't able to lay down super straight rows, I was only able to put down 17 rows instead of 19 on my acre of land. And that represented an immediate potential yield drop of 11% before I even planted a single strawberry. So it was a big deal. The obvious answer to this is just get better at making those raised beds, and that'll happen over time as I gain more experience. The second thing was these 2 pictures really kind of represent this sort of inner conflict between the scientist in me and probably the best business farmer side of me, where up here I knew what strawberries did very well in my research, and I planted those strawberries too, and they did very well in Northfield. The problem came when I also decided to plant a whole bunch of other varieties that didn't do well in my research in St. Paul and in Morris and all over the state, because I thought to myself, well, just because they didn't do well in St. Paul doesn't mean they're not going to do well in Northfield. And I knew it would eat away at me if I never even tried. But my problem was I turned it into like almost a variety trial, and I did all these different varieties that didn't perform well previously in multiple rows of them. And all of them, they gave even worse quality fruit than they did in my research in Northfield. And then some of the varieties I never tried performed worse as even those other ones. So the obvious fix to that is just, don't be an idiot. Grow the things that you know will grow well. And if you want to tinker around with varieties, you can do that, but don't do it on like more than half of your plot. So that's the story of how the scientist in me almost destroyed the business. Number 3 here is, I'm not talking about the strawberry or this little leaf spot. I'm talking about this guy right here. This is tarnished plant bug. It was never a huge problem in St. Paul or in Morris, but in Northfield, it was greater pest pressure than I've ever seen from tarnished plant bug. And what they do is they suck into the plant as it's developing and create this cat-faced fruit that makes it smaller. It can destroy marketability, and the organic spray control options don't really reduce the population as much as they keep it from getting as bad as it possibly can. And I think the reason why it was so bad in Northfield is because there's a decent amount of alfalfa grown in the area, and the tarnished plant bug loves alfalfa. And then once that gets cut, they just sort of like a plague move on to their next favorite host, which was strawberries. And I've got a plan to deal with it this year, but I don't know if I have time to talk about it. If someone wants to ask me afterwards, I can discuss that. It has to do with grants and exclusion and things like that. And then finally, if anyone was a farmer last year or even just lived in the area, you knew that the weather last summer was freaky and weird and terrible. It was super hot, and then towards the mid to late part of the summer, the waterworks got turned on. There's a tornado that went through the Northfield Faribault region. I think in October and September, there were inches more rain in Northfield than the average, and that was really bad for pests. That was really bad for disease pressures, and the strong winds from the tornado knocked my picker over, and I was able to fix it. It's fixed now, but it was not a good feeling in the early morning to see this big mangled mess in my field from these freaky weather pressures that hopefully won't happen this year. So changes, what would I change if I could? And honestly, this was one of the hardest questions that I was thinking about while prepping this presentation. And if I really had to think about it, not too much. I mean, the things that I would have done differently, I wouldn't have known to do differently unless if I experienced them in the first place, if that makes any sense. So I almost had to have this bad year in order to like sort of set myself straight. But if I knew then what I know now, I guess the two big things that I would have done was treat my plot less of a variety trial and more of an actual farm. Like I think I need to have a Post-it note just on my truck that just says, "You're a farmer. You're not a researcher anymore." And obviously, I still want to incorporate research into my business practices, but this isn't a scientific trial. And I just need to keep reminding myself that because the scientist in me keeps coming out. And then obviously earlier pest control measures, balance monitoring with prediction. With this tarnished plant bug, I think if you wait until you see it, it's almost too late. So you have to just use your experience of knowing when it's going to come to start, and then balance that knowledge with the monitoring systems that you have set up in the field. So helpful resources, or just basically what to do in the winter. What I've been doing, well, this winter I went on my honeymoon, but in most winters, and what I'm doing this right now, is basically grants, I think, is one of the best things that you can do in the wintertime to prep to optimize what you're going to do in the summer. And there are so many resources out there. Compeer even had one that was available in the summertime, but there are grants that you can write through the USDA, NCR SARE, Minnesota Department of Agriculture. There are local agencies, local co-ops that want to help farmers out. And all it takes is for you to look for them. And there's never essentially an off-season, for farmers, but this is the time that we have to actually invest into optimizing our practices. And I know grant writing can seem like a big challenge, but it's definitely worth it. It's worth investing, researching how to write grants. It's worth investing because the money that you can get from it can help your operation so much. So this is what I've been doing this winter is in addition to some part-time work, is just finding as many grants to help my 2019 season as much as I possibly can. And I encourage any other farmers that are listening to look for that too. I'm sure Rebecca can provide my email information if you have questions about any of those things, or I can address them right now if people want to as well. So I think that's all I have right now. Thanks for listening, and hopefully if there are any questions, I can answer some.
Well, thank you, Andy. You had a big year for your first year.
Sure did.
Lots of stuff going on. If people have questions, you can go ahead and type them in that chat box that you'll see on your screen. Otherwise, I know Andy offered to share his contact information, so we will take him up on that, and I'll include those in our post notes. One thing I was thinking about here, maybe as other people are thinking about their questions, at the very beginning you talked about setting this list of short and long-term goals. Can you talk a little bit about what that process was like? I think a lot of times we get so mired down in our daily to-do list that we forget to think about what those goals are and how we work towards those. So can you talk a little bit about how you went about setting those and how you make sure they stay top of mind?
Yeah, absolutely. So right when I decided to go this route and try and start farming, and one of my best friends actually got me a book that was called Starting and Running Your Own Small Farm Business. In chapter 1 or 2 of that book, it said essentially, even though it's difficult, you have to be able to take a step back and first create a mission, right, for your farm, and then have these short-term goals and long-term goals. And even though the temptation, like you said, is to get bogged down and just try and solve the missions and the problems that you have for today, if you do that, you can get distracted so easily, and you can sort of drift away from your goal without even realizing it. So what something to do beforehand is like I said, during some time like this, and when it's super cold out and you can't get out into the field, is to invest some time into figuring out what your mission statement is for the farm, what your goals actually are, how you're going to bring value either to the community, to the environment, to the economy of your area, anything like that. Whatever your goals are, make sure to flesh them out into words, and then once you have that, figure out how you can actually go about accomplishing them. And this sort of happened to me in college too. It's like the whole idea of when you write something down, like if you take notes, sometimes you don't even have to go back to the notes. It's like the act of thinking about it actively and then writing it down, it improves your attention. So the act of writing this mission statement down and writing these goals down, it sort of kept them in the back of my head all summer long when I could have been doing other things. And it's not something you need to invest a whole lot of time in during the field season, but if you put the time in during some time like now, it really helps guide your decision-making practices when it otherwise wouldn't have if I think you didn't put the time into it during the winter or some other time like that. So it was really nice. Like all summer long, I just kept, when things are rough, right? Your goals can help keep you grounded too. If it was super hot out or really rainy and I was sopping wet while I was harvesting, or if that tornado hit and I saw my my picking assistant in a shambled mess as I was putting it back together, you just think to yourself, look, if you keep going at this, you're going to be the biggest strawberry producer one day in this state. You are going to be able to branch out. You're going to be able to provide this product that people want at a time that they don't normally have it available. You just got to keep going. And it helps provide a little bit of inspiration. And I thought it helped keep me going when things were bogging me down in the field season.
Wow, well, I can't think of much of a better message to leave your presentation on than that. So, Andy, thank you so much. We appreciate having you and hearing your story and learning a little bit more from you. Oh, hang on, I'm sorry. I had one more question come in. Do you have one more minute?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Let's see. This question comes in, says, how did you determine and research the best practices that you developed? What are some basic research tips you would have for people who maybe aren't academics, such as yourself? Where would we start, and how do we organize the information?
Yeah, absolutely. So there's basically two routes you can go for something like this. And one would be, to look for this research from external sources, or you can, if you don't find any success there, you can do it internally. You can create your own research. And even though that can be a little bit bigger of a hurdle, so what I encourage you to do is there are resources that are out there. If the first place I would go would be to the extension agency of whatever state you live in. So every state has a land grant university that has an extension service that usually has multiple agents that are dedicated to trying to train farmers in the best practices possible. That would be the first place I would look, because a lot of these really nice extension services will have, blog articles or websites with how-to videos or resources like that are written in a way that are much more easily approachable than trying to read a research article yourself. And they're all those academic articles are hidden behind a paywall where farmers can't even get to them. And that's one of the things I was most upset about when I was in academia, is just the barrier between creating the research and making it accessible for the farmers. But the extension agencies are probably the biggest lifeline you have between you and the research that's being currently conducted. And I know, because I helped write it, the University of Minnesota did make a strawberry production guide using some of these techniques. If anyone contacts me, I can provide you my research for free, or we can just meet up and I can give more information about it. And then the next thing would just be to, if you can't find anything out there, would be to just basically do the research yourself. And this is what I did on my farm. And there's a balance, right? You can't do it all. You can't devote your entire farm to it. But if you have a little research plot that you have dedicated just to questions that eat away at you while you're doing what you're normally doing, and it doesn't have to be that complicated. It doesn't have to be something that you want to get published or present on. The biggest advice that I could give to someone who's trying to design their own project for the first time would be just make sure that you have a control. So if you want to try out an idea or a new practice or something like that, make sure you have something to compare it against. So I'll just give you an example. This year, I'm going to try and use something called exclusion netting on my strawberries to try and keep those bugs away. And there's been a lot of success with it in other parts of the country. I want to see if it works here. But in order to do that, I have to know how it compares to the traditional organic methods of controlling pests too. So instead of just putting my entire plot underneath netting, I'm going to put a little portion of it under netting, and then I'm going to have another portion that I just manage normally. And then I'm going to compare basically my yield, my marketability at the end of the year. And it takes a little bit more work, but there's so much value in writing things down. Like, the only difference between science and nonsense is writing it down. And it's easy to do. It takes a little bit more work. But if you can look at this data over the winter time, you can see, oh, is this thing that I tried out, did it actually work better than what I would have done normally? And those are easy experiments that you can just put onto your farm without thinking too much about it. Yeah, so if you want to try something, make sure that you have something to compare it against. And the thing that you compare it against should probably be what you would have done normally.
Great. Thank you so much. I'm just giving people one more second here to maybe think through any other thoughts or questions they might have for you, Andy.
That's fine.
I like that, though. I have you quoted as, the only difference between science and nonsense is writing it down.
That really is true.
I'm going to put that up on my desk here. All right. Well, again, thank you. I think we will move on here, but thank you so much, Andy. I appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you.
Have a good day.
Yep.
All right, everyone. We are working on our next session here. I'm going to give us just a couple minutes so we can get things all settled and wrapped up. So if you need to take a quick break, please do so. We'll start again in a couple minutes. All right, I think we will go ahead and keep moving on here. I see that we have our next speaker who has been able to join us this morning. Welcome, Jim Kleinschmidt with Regenerative Ag Systems. We're going to take just a second here to get Jim all set up to be able to share his screen. All right, Jim, it's coming over to you. You should see at the top of your screen a ribbon bar that says share. And if you click on share, and there's a drop down and it'll say my screen. And will it let you bring your presentation up on there? Great. And Jim, can I have you try saying something? I don't think I've been able to hear you yet.
It's actually Reggie.
Oh, hey, Reggie.
Yes. Jim is on the phone. I'm actually on the computer, and I got your, I got this screen there. Can you see it?
Great. Yes, we can see it. Well,
Okay,
welcome to you both.
Hit on presentation mode. Is that all good?
Let's see. We can see it kind of on the presentation mode like you're seeing it. So we can see your next slide too here.
Oh, you are seeing the actual. Okay, let's see. The other things popping up on my screen to do with the software. Let me see. Black or unblack slide? No. Okay, so are you seeing the PowerPoint main screen, or are you seeing the secondary screen?
We're seeing the secondary screen there.
Okay, maybe I should disconnect the regular screen. Yeah. All right.
Thanks everyone for bearing with us as we sort out all the technology here.
Let's see. We're gonna hit escape. Then we're gonna go back to the presentation. Does that work now?
There we go. Yep, we are all set.
Yeah.
All right. So we have Jim and Reggie. Great. With Regeneration Farms. Thank you guys very much for joining us this morning. Hope you're all staying warm. And I will let you guys take it from there. I'll monitor questions as they come in, and we can take questions at the end if that works for you guys.
Awesome. Is Jim unmuted? Are you there, Jim?
Oh, hang on. Let me see if I can.
Oh,
all right,
can you
Jim,
hear me now?
Can we? Yes.
Perfect. Sorry about that. I'm only on the phone. Apologize. I could get on the screen, but I didn't want to mess with his presentation in case it messed up the technology. So, but I can listen in and we'll be able to follow along.
Yeah.
Wonderful.
Okay. So
thank you guys.
Yep. Are we ready to go? This is kind of weird. Okay. Am I not? I'm muted now. I can't hear anything.
Oh, we can hear you.
Okay. All good. So I'll get going then, Jim, and pitch in as you need. So here we are. The next 30 minutes, we're going to show you Regeneration Farms operation. I am the president of the company. There's 4 of us owners. Jim Kleinschmidt is a co-owner. We are both co-founders, plus Will Crombie and Tony Wells. The 4 of us are our management team right now. And the whole idea of regeneration comes out of a system that we collectively have worked together with developing at Main Street Project. The poultry-centered regenerative agriculture system that we developed as part of that team at Main Street is now we are turning into a commercial operation. Now we are one operation. There is operations also in Guatemala, in Colombia, in Brazil, in Mexico, in Pine Ridge, South Dakota, and operations starting now in Nebraska with Native Americans there, and also Pine Ridge with Native Americans, and Fairfield with Iowa. So the Fairfield, Iowa is at the very beginning. They haven't even yet completed the process, but we have already been working on structuring the foundation for it. But Regeneration Farm then is part of this family of companies that are developing. We are totally independent of each other, and this is our North Hill-based Regeneration Farms operation. Let's see, and this will let me move. There we go. We are poultry-based, meaning we are centered. All of our operations are centered on raising broilers and egg layers. We took the poultry back to its original natural design, which is a jungle fowl. So we will see at the end, our label actually reflects the branding of this new way of doing poultry under a scalable design. So basically what we have done is taking the foundation of energy, as we said in our mission statement, we are transforming natural energy into high quality, high nutrition density products. The way we do that is by bringing in energy. In this case, the feed and the food grains are coming to the poultry. We're completely free ranged under a tree canopy. And then on that free ranging system, we have a whole system of managing the capture of natural floating energy in the air, basically to the miracle of photosynthesis and the micro and biological and physical processes in the soil that allows us to take that energy, and inside the paddocks where the chickens are roamed, we are able to grow the eggs and the meat, and in this case the canopy that is formed by hazelnuts, by elderberries on the understory. And then above that, we are planting other species such as oaks, basswood, sugar maples, and so on. So that's the foundation of the poultry-centered regenerative design. Now, why is regenerative? It's because all of this energy we are capturing is done with no inputs other than the feed. These inputs are then allowing us, through that biological, chemical, and physical processes, capture a lot of free-floating energy in the air, which is fundamentally, a lot of that energy is being released by, all kinds of industrial systems that we have in place right now, which then is turned into this system that we have developed. We turn all of that into, cellulosic biomass primarily, which then, provides us with the environment under which the poultry grows really healthy. Basically, what we are saying is, trees capture carbon. Carbon comes out of cars as well as other sources. Methane and other gases in the atmosphere can be turned into all of this energy that then gets put into our system to feed the soil and to feed the food for the chickens, the forages, and to produce the sprouting systems that we use, and all of that, reducing our dependency on expensive inputs, especially now that we are starting to reduce the use of regular ground-up feed because of this ability of the landscape that we have developed to produce a lot of the food for the poultry, especially broilers. We do have excess energy that is not in the form of those kind of molecular structures like cellulose and so on. We're talking primarily about manure, giblets, feathers, and all of that. The manure goes directly into a new process where we are able to bring out, extra landscape. In average, we can bring 20 acres for every one production unit of poultry into a production where there is no chickens, but the manure is flowing into it outside of the paddock. That energy then allows us to harvest new products such as vegetables, perennial nuts and fruits, annual grains, and all of that. Some of those grains we're putting back into the poultry system, and so the cycle goes on. The foundational science behind it is that every time we close these circles, these cycles, we end up with excessive amounts of energy that then allow us to seed the next cycle of production with that same energy, eliminating completely all of the traditional inputs that farmers use to grow grains and fruits and vegetables and all of that, and increasing the health of the land, cleaning the water, restoring the soil, and building a really robust economic foundation that is mostly concentrated on the reduction of costs for the farmer so that we can produce high quality products. So this is the science. Basically what we have is a multi-story integrated system where the poultry at the bottom provides the inoculation of that energy so that we can grow all of this multitude of crops. The chickens, that we grow come in just like any other place, 1 day old. They are rooted in a space like you see in the picture. They grow up to 4 weeks in there. Then, meanwhile, we are preparing the outdoors for them. While the canopies have not developed, we use annual crops like corn and sunflowers to create that canopy. By the time the chickens are ready to come out, the canopy is normally developed. This canopy is critical to keeping the temperatures low under. So when we have excessive heat in the summer, our chickens are perfectly happy under that shade, which is about 15 to 20 degrees cooler, but it still allows us to create this flow of air so that there's plenty of air circulation. We have very low mortality because of the way the system works, but also they forage on all of these trimmings and all of the grain that if you can see the picture, there is grain sprouting under all of that organic matter, and they dig it up and they get a lot of their food intake that way. When they are done with one paddock, this is a 2 paddock system, so they move into one side of the place, and then when they are done with that, they move to the other side. When it's raining, it's really amazing for us because we get this incredible regeneration under the canopy, and the chickens get a lot healthier, and also reduces our labor and reduces our costs. We also produce grain at the end. These are sunflower, whether it's sunflowers or corn. We are producing quite an abundance of that grain as well that can go back into the poultry. And we're not saying that this is what feeds the chickens. This is not fully 100% circling. But we still bring feeds from outside. Of course, that's the majority. But this last year, we were able to reduce the feed that comes into the foraging area by 50%, which is an absolute, win for us. If you're in the poultry business, you know that 60 to 70% of the cost of raising one of these pounds of meat or a dozen eggs it goes into buying feed, and so this is a tremendous advantage for the farmers that are deploying this system. This date that you see, if you can see my arrow, 9/20/2013, that was a super hot day, and we took this picture because we wanted to see, show that these chickens are not even panting. This day, many farmers were having trouble because they couldn't keep their buildings cool. If you want to go back in the forecast and look at that date. We also, again, produce quite a bit of corn. This is edible corn, so it's for most of our farmers, including myself, we are Latinos. So we have a need for corn for making tortillas, not field corn or sweet corn. This is actually high lysine flour corn that we can use for tortilla making. We harvested 2,200 pounds out of one of these paddocks during this year, completely raised and weeded and fertilized by the chickens. And I'm not saying that we're going to do corn this way for the industry, but we can put this back into the chickens and we can feed our families, reduce some of that expense for the home. Our chickens grow just the same standards as regular chickens. They just take a little bit longer. We use a slow breed, and we harvest between 60, 70, and 80 days. Sometimes we cull them so that we can get them all at the same weight. We can grow chickens all the way from 3.5 pounds to 4.25 pounds, depending on the client's requirements. The hazelnuts that are planted as canopy in the experimental sites now are producing hazelnuts. So we are starting to add that to our income as well. It's high quality hazelnuts. We are producing 3 to 4 pounds per bush inside the paddocks. Meanwhile, where there is no chickens, the hazelnuts are only producing about 1/3 of that. So the symbiosis is absolutely amazing. All of the biomass that is produced, in this case, this year was the sunflowers. The biomass is then chipped up or just laid out on the ground. It decomposes just fine. But this year we wanted to make biochar so we could even further speed the restoration or the regeneration of the soil, and also bring this to the areas where we are mixing it with manure to spread it in the fields and increase that productivity of the land outside of where the chickens roam. This is our main blueprint for Regeneration Farms. We're launching 5 production units on the south side of the farm. We built the first one on the left already. We got the other 4 that we are putting together the budgets for right now, and we have been working with Computer Financial to finance a lot of this. The north side, where you see the bands and all those circles, those are contour lines where we have already planted perennial systems, the hazelnuts, the elderberries, and all the perennials that we talked about. And in between those rows, we have alley cropping opportunities, 30 acres or so of area where we're already producing quite a bit of garlic, and we're going to be introducing other crops. There's a partnership including that we are considering now for the bottom 10 acres. If you see my arrow, this part is 10 acres on the bottom, and that is already planted with hazelnuts. But hemp grows really well as an alley crop, so we're exploring that with a potential partner right now. This farm overall is 42 acres. On average, farmers are grossing between $1,000 to $1,200 up to $1,400 per acre in a good year. Right now, we're calculating this farm can generate as around $950,000 on the 42 acres at the current planning. Once we put the one of the egg laying units that we're going to launch here, those numbers are going to change again. But it's significantly different economics to a traditional monoculture farm. Right now, we are looking at 6 production farms that are associated with Regeneration Farms. As Regeneration Farms, we're primarily seeking to be aggregators for the region's regenerative poultry center regenerative farms that are developing, including the Main Street farm itself. We have a demonstration farm that we are supporting Main Street to deploy. That farm is 100 acres. We have 6 production units there for broilers, and those broilers will come into the aggregation systems at Regeneration Farms. Also, Aureliano's Farm, Eden Farms out of Byron, Minnesota. That's a 20-acre operation. Feed the People is a young people's cooperative, and Finca Mirasol, that is my own place right here in Northfield. This is my place. This is the 2 paddocks and the chicken barn for the rotation that we described before. After 7 years, the view changes significantly, where we are able to have this full canopy with the forages and all of that for poultry to roam under. This white flowers you see there, those are the elderberries that are planted as a temporary canopy while the hazelnuts develop and the other species. Then we remove those, and then we let the more dominant trees stay as canopy. This is a production unit at Regeneration Farms. The first one I showed you. The buildings are pretty simple. We use solar heating. So this system here allows us to capture solar heat in the winter, put it under the ground, heat up and charge the rock, and then the chickens can roam on top of it in a warm space in the winter. When we have production in the winter, and we can germinate grain in that soil, sprout it still for them to scratch and still express their natural behaviors. This is what it looks like once it's done. The heat contraption allows us to capture that heat again. This is like a greenhouse attached to the south side of the building, and keeps the temperature of the soil at around 60 degrees, around a foot away from the walls, and that's really comfortable for the animals. So those are some of the specs of the building. This specific building would hold up to, right as we speak, we're changing the 2 square foot per bird, so we can put up to 1,500 birds per unit. Now that we have experience with lower densities, we know we can increase that and still keep the birds very healthy. These are the doors. Those doors on the south side is what the chickens use to go into the paddocks. The paddocks are basically, two. The building is divided into 2 exit areas, so you can lock one out, close one up, and let the birds on one side. When they are done eating that, they are locked out from that side, and they are allowed to go back into the other side, the other paddock. The paddocks, we manage them to regenerate the forages and all of that while they are on the other side. And then, of course, there's shelter and everything, feed systems and water systems. Those are no different than any other barn that you may have seen. The idea of this system was to narrow it down to a production unit so that we could actually define the scalability and structure it for scaling. So 1 unit for broilers is 1.5 acres. It can produce up to 7,000 birds a year. That's 28,000 pounds a year. That's more or less right now at the price that we are selling this, $91,000 an acre, 1.5 acres, so 1 production unit. This is definitely going to change as we scale up the prices. We're going to lower those prices for the consumers as long as we can keep the same income for the farmers and keep them healthy. The farmer's gross income is around $52,000 out of the $91,000, so at $749, $750 per bird. After the 5 years of establishment, we can harvest up to 2,500 pounds of hazelnuts per each one of these units. That's about $7,500 of income for the farmers if we package them in 1-pounders and sell them like retail at $3 a pound. That's very doable. If you Google filberts or hazelnuts right now, you probably find $5 to $6 is the retail value of a pound. These are high quality hazelnuts. More or less, we're looking around $59,000 to $60,000 estimated gross income per PU for the farmer. Estimated per acre, we are averaging around $39,000 once we have a unit that is in full production. For the eggs, we use 6 acres as the blueprint. We are talking about 8,000 egg layers per unit at 4,000 per flock. These flocks are divided, but they're built in a single building. I will go into details, but this allows us to spread the flock into 4 paddocks, 2 out of each side of the 4,000 flock. But the 8,000 egg layers allows us to mechanize a lot of the functions: feeding, watering, egg collection, all of the stuff where most of the labor goes. We are able to mechanize that while also reducing the cost of the feed and all of that by having the flocks at a density that allows us to grow a lot of that forage outdoors. We are looking at around 182,500 dozen a year at 75% efficiency, which means some part of that year we're going to be producing a lot more and part of it less, at around 65 to 70% efficiency. In average, that's what we can expect. Right now, that means $365,000 a year at the prices that we can sell those eggs. You go to Costco, any of those places, eggs that are not, just organic eggs and chickens that are just let out, but not necessarily part of an integrated regenerative design like this, are fetching between $4 and $6 a dozen in the retail level. So hazelnuts, we can plant those too, a lot more, of course, in average 800 to 1,000 per acre, which gives us a tremendous amount of hazelnut production, all fertilized and weeded by the chickens. We could get, up to that 30,000 plus dollars, depending on how good the farmers are at direct marketing or how well we set up the aggregation and regeneration farms. This primarily gives us a really robust business proposition for the farmer. The farm gate value for around $395,000 worth for those 6 acres under production. This is a full-time position for a farmer, so If a farmer wants to do more than one PU, they will need to have one worker per PU, pretty much how it comes down to. In total, we figured that in the egg layers, that the gross per acre is around 60,000 if you don't include the hazelnuts, and around 65,000 if you put the hazelnuts in after the 5th year. So this allows us to create a very competitive economy. Is regenerative by design. We restore the soil. We produce timber. We produce other things we are not yet factoring into this, especially the alley cropping systems that right now, growing grain still requires a lot of inputs, which we are reducing by the fact that we close that full cycle. Most recently, we acquired a mobile poultry processing unit, which would allow us to scale us significantly. And this is based on air chilling, so really high quality outputs that will be coming out of here. And we also moved into putting our brand out into the larger landscape. If any of you here in the audience own restaurants, grocery stores, or any other business that uses chicken, we can co-brand with you. We can bring this brand to you, and we don't know yet whether we are going to do private brands, but right now we have a contract to produce for one of those private brands in California that selected us as their supplier. But this is our brand. If you got a restaurant or a grocery store, we can definitely provide a really robust backbone support infrastructure for communicating all the attributes of this system to your clients so that they will prefer it over other products. Right now, the operation at a glance, you're looking at us around, we're 4 owners. All of us have really high level of expertise in these kinds of systems, engineering, agronomics, marketing, business management, and so on. We got 6 production farms secured. We got 3 broiler production units in place. We're right now deploying 10 more units as of this year. We have the poultry processing facility already on site. We got 60 acres of hazelnuts planted. We got confirmed contracts for 2019 production. We have projected broiler production at 30,000 this year. The installed capacity for the eggs at the end of 2019, beginning of 2020, is going to be 6.57 million eggs. That's 3 production units. That's 24,000 egg layers. With the egg processor, we started building it last year. We are aiming at a capacity of 30 million eggs, so we can deploy in at least 5 more farms producing eggs. And we foresee a projected revenue by 2020 of 2.5. We are just working our way up to the first million right now for 2019. And we got a total of $600,000 worth of property, plant, and equipment installed, and $1.2 million worth of land resources already engaged. This is Regeneration Farms, and again, is one of a family of operations across the Midwest and Mexico and Guatemala, and that's our story. Thank you.
Wow, you guys have a lot going on. I think we could listen to you present for another 2 or 3 hours to get all the details on that. If people have questions, feel free to type them in the chat here. We probably have about 5 minutes before we need to move on. But Jim and Reggie, as we wait for people to maybe type in some questions there, I have one. And with everything that you guys have going on, and as you look to the future, how do you go about evaluating what fits and what's next? I know you talked about potentially adding some hemp as we move into that in the future, but how do you evaluate what makes sense for you guys?
Jim?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Yeah. No, Ray, that was a great presentation. Thank you. And I also want to be clear, like one thing that got us here was working with Compeer. actually. Just to be clear, we got some of our earliest financing in partnership with Compeer to get us started with our COOPs, with our operating loans and such. And so we just appreciate that support, because that was critical for us getting anywhere, and the confidence that, that we could move this system forward. How we select is based on trial and error and a lot of work. Rehi has done a lot of work over a very long time with the system. It's not something new. It's something that he's been working on development for decades, truthfully. And so it was seeing what has worked within a system and then how that system adapts to a region, so which crops fit that. And it's a continuing trial and error. For us, it's both how does it fit within our system on the ground and with the birds. So how does that affect soil? How does that affect animal health and nutrition and quality of product? But then it's the other side of it is really, where's the market opportunities, being realistic about our scale and the quality of things. So those are kind of the parameters, if that makes sense, for how we determine things. So we've started with chickens because we knew and we're very clear about how to produce those. The hazels and the other perennial crops we're talking about, we also have recognized and helped build a market for and are identifying value added. The other things like garlic or hemp are things that we evaluate how those now layer into these other aspects of the production system. Rehi, you have anything to add?
No, but basically we also have a lot of infrastructure in place. Jim and I were both founder members of Regeneration International. That's over 75 countries and 150 scientists and people working on this kind of agriculture. Almost any doubt, any big question we have, there is a top level globally recognized scientists that help us out with. And also in the Midwest and nationally here, we are now deploying the Regenerative Agriculture Alliance, which allows us to network and build an industry level infrastructure. Main Street Project has been fundamental in the process of building the R&D farm and further polishing this system. So it's not like we, at Regeneration Farm, we're, again, part of the commercial side of a system that has a really large scale and well-established, well-resourced backbone infrastructure. So that's part of how we are able to sort through things, not just us, but rather the 75 plus people that are engaged directly in ensuring that our system is successful.
Excellent. Well, I think we're about at our time here, so I want to thank you guys so much for coming on today and sharing with us, and I think everyone will have a lot to Google on you guys and look you up. So thank you very much. I appreciate you joining us today.
Awesome. Appreciate it. Bye-bye.
Mm-hmm.
Bye-bye. All right, I think I see that our next presenter is on. Rachel Armstrong with Farm Commons will be coming up next. We're going to do just some quick shifting here on our screen to get her presentation shared. So if you'll all give us just a minute. Again, if you need to get up and stretch, please feel free to do so now. All right, I think we have all of our technology switched over. Rachel, do you want to give it a test just to make sure we can hear you?
All right, can you hear me?
We sure can. Rachel Armstrong joins us for the next hour and a half here to talk about some of the legal considerations as you think about different options for your farm and farm businesses looking forward. So Rachel works with Farm Commons based out of Duluth, Minnesota. So I imagine it's chilly for you too today, Rachel. Thank you very much for joining us, and I'll let you take it from here.
Sure. And is this Rebecca? Who am I talking to?
Yes.
Okay, great. So I'm a bit new to the WebEx format here. I don't see the chat bar anymore, so I'm assuming you will handle that for me and let me know if there's a question.
Correct. I will let you know as questions come in.
Okay, sounds good. I will try to leave appropriate pauses. I love questions. So, for those of you listening in, don't hesitate to write in questions. If anything's unclear, you want to know about something extra or different, I definitely build in time into my presentations for that purpose. So I did not create any slides that are specifically about handling questions, I don't think. So I'll try to have some pauses here and there, and otherwise, Rebecca, feel free to jump in and interrupt me if it looks like I'm about to leave a subject that has a question.
Sounds good.
All right. It's great to talk with all of you today. I hope that the information is useful to you. And if you are listening on the recording after this program is finished, definitely make note of the additional resources that we'll be talking about from time to time. If you have questions, it's not necessarily a good idea to email us individually at this time of the year. We are extremely busy at this time talking with farmers and running our programming. But you can find a lot of answers in all of the resources on our website. You'll also see that we have opportunities called Commons Calls. On the last Wednesday of the month, we host a forum for folks to log in and talk with us about questions that they have about the law. It's a very open-ended format, and we try to help people get some grounding to move forward on issues of relevance to them, point folks to resources that we have, and we also do a little bit of brainstorming if there's not an obvious answer to questions that come up. So whether you are here live or whether you are watching the recording, keep those opportunities in mind to get more answers to your questions. So I have about an hour and a half, and we are going to be breaking this up into different subjects as we go forward today. The first one is business structures. This is always a really popular subject. The nice thing for me is this is also a subject where it's fairly easy to get some sort of forward trajectory. Sometimes with some of our subjects, they're difficult, complicated, hard to really resolve risk. But this is not one. You can resolve risk in terms of business structures and get a nice forward trajectory going pretty quickly. So we're going to talk about a few different entity options that you have as a farm business. These might come into play for different aspects of your farm operation. One farm might have 2 or even 3 different entities running at any one time for various aspects of the operation. We'll be going through nonprofits. That'll take up 2 slides because that's just not a very viable option for most farms. Then the sole proprietorship or partnership, the LLC, the corporation, and we'll touch on cooperatives. We're also going to be spending some time emphasizing managing the entity wisely. You will learn throughout the course of this presentation that it's not enough by any means to simply file as an LLC in the state of Minnesota and call it a day. That really isn't giving you the benefits that you want from having formed an entity. And even if you don't choose to form an LLC or a corporation, which is a perfectly fine choice, there are things you can do to manage the risks that are most likely to occur in your farm enterprise. So let's get into it. I'm trying to advance my own slides here. I'm working on a new laptop, so bear with me as there we go. Okay. Nonprofits. A little bit of confusion sometimes about what a nonprofit is and does. It is 2 separate things. First, a nonprofit is a nonprofit corporation at the state level. So you go to the state of Minnesota and you say, I'd like to be a nonprofit corporation. Pretty easy. Anyone can do that. But what people normally mean when they say, I'd like to be a nonprofit, is they mean, I would like to take tax-deductible donations. I would like to be eligible for grants from government or foundations or things like that. For that latter stuff, the ability to raise money more effectively, people mean they want 501c3 status with the IRS. That's because the 501c3 status is what many grantors have to give to for their own tax obligations. That's harder. To get 501c3 classification, your operation must be exclusively devoted to education, scientific research, charitable relief of the poor, or some other options. This is not most production-oriented farms. This is not even most farms that have an educational component or take on interns or do training or do some scientific research. The emphasis is on the exclusively devoted to. And there are some farms that occasionally will satisfy that criteria, especially on the scientific research basis and education basis. If that sounds like you, this is a good time to do more research into 501c3s and perhaps talk with an attorney for guidance on preparing that application. For most farms, however, we can move along quickly here. Let's talk sole proprietorships or partnerships. These are extremely easy to start. You really don't have to do anything at all to have a sole proprietorship or a partnership. The moment you begin selling a product or a service, you have a sole proprietorship. You have a business. If you're one person, then you're automatically a sole proprietorship. If two people are working together to sell a product or a service and generate a profit from their mutual efforts, they've got a partnership. There's one thing you're supposed to do. If you're doing business under anything other than your last name, like in my case, that would be Armstrong's Farm, then you need to register your trade name, which folks also talk about as a DBA, or doing business as. So you complete this form with the state, and there you go. You're off and running. Done. Of course, there's a downside. If it's that easy, then what's the catch? Well, the catch is that with a sole proprietorship or a partnership, your personal assets are exposed to, are available to satisfy business liabilities. Let's unpack that a little bit. Business liabilities, what's that? Well, that is debt that your business takes on, liabilities that occur because you hurt somebody or because financial things happen. Stuff that the business does that other people are angry about that you can get in trouble for. So what are personal assets? Personal assets are distinguished from business assets. If you run a farm, you mostly have business assets. You've got, your tractors and your equipment, the facilities and infrastructure that support the farm. Personal assets are things that are beyond that, like maybe you have a hunting property or hunting cabin, or retirement accounts, stocks, things like that. Those are more personal assets. The problem grows with a partnership because in a partnership, the other person's personal assets are available to satisfy business liabilities. So if I'm working with my friend Sally and we are, starting a delivery business together to get our products into town, something bad that I do that creates a business liability, her personal assets could be available for that. The thing is, though, we all know the many farm businesses are organized as sole proprietorships or partnerships. So how bad is it? That's a totally legit question. Many people continue to do this, and they do it because they see other strategies to manage risk. The primary risk management strategy that any farm is going to utilize is insurance. Insurance is the only thing that protects business assets from business liabilities. And that's really what most farmers are concerned about. They're concerned about protecting the farm from the farm. Some farmers certainly do have ample personal assets that they want protected, but many do not. That's not where their concern lies. So many farmers are content to rely on insurance as their primary risk management strategy. That being said, sole proprietorships and partnerships are not often what attorneys and accountants recommend. It's easy for us to say, you should form something else. To be perfectly honest, a lot of times we'll charge you a fee to form that something else. So those are some of the factors at play in the recommendation to form something else. And it is a good risk management strategy. If you form an LLC or a corporation, your personal assets are protected from business liabilities. If for some reason your insurance policy doesn't cover you for that kind of liability, like you can't insure against debt you incurred and then can't pay back, or you know, the um, the debt that you did incur is not negotiable in bankruptcy. You can't get rid of it through bankruptcy. Then this becomes more of a concern. People might be looking at your personal assets as a way to make themselves whole. So LLCs and corporations can do that for you. Do not get too carried away in terms of the benefits that they provide. In return for this benefit, there are obligations and things that you need to do to basically earn this privilege. So, you know, you need to separate your personal assets from your business assets. For most farmers, that means just keeping separate bank accounts and not charging business-related things to a personal checking account. It means not undercapitalizing the operation. Take that to mean you can't go form an LLC or corporation and then, you know, basically defraud people, which, you know, is not something you're thinking about doing anyways. What I'm trying to do here is remind you that there are circumstances where the court can say, you know what, we just don't like your behavior, and even though you formed an LLC, we're going to ignore it and go take your personal assets anyways. So that can happen, and sometimes you hear attorneys and accountants say that a single member LLC is worthless because it's hard to draw that line between what is personal and what is business. They have a point. I do think that a single member LLC is worthwhile and does provide some level of protection, but you know, reasonable minds can disagree on this. So let's get into the LLC and the corporation. So you're looking at this and you're thinking, well, all right, I mean, I would like some protection for my personal assets. That sounds good. So what's involved? Which one do we want, the LLC or the corporation? I'll cut right to the chase and tell you that this is not a crucial decision. They function basically the same. So a lot of times this comes down to personal preference or what your accountant or tax preparer recommends, the fees that they charge for various tax filings. So people usually are making this basis on very practical considerations. We'll get into one caveat though as we move forward. So what about a corporation? Farms, by and large, choose to form a corporation at the state level, and we call it an S corporation. In order to do this, you need to have 100 or fewer owners. Not a problem for most farms. All owners need to be individuals. You can only have one class of member or shareholder, meaning you can't scale different rates of return on the same quality of investment. And you're required to host an annual meeting or take notes. Some people look at this and say, I heard LLCs were more flexible. We don't have these obligations. Is that true? It is true to an extent, yes. In an LLC, you can have any number of owners, which are called members under the law. You can have any type of members. Another LLC, another corporation can be a member. You can have different classes, and technically, annual meetings and notes are not required. However, it is highly recommended. An attorney like myself would say, well, okay, sure, the law doesn't tell you have to keep an annual hold an annual meeting and take notes, but when you do that, you help show the court and the public as a whole that you are different than your farm, that your personal and your business is separated, and it's going to help you if you get someone who is especially angry coming after you and trying to take away the protections of the LLC, trying to tell the court, look, this is a bad actor. We need to ignore their LLC. Holding an annual meeting and keeping notes helps you reinforce that separation. So yes, LLCs are flexible, but these are often not very influential points of flexibility for most farms. So that levels the playing field between corporations and LLCs. Like, yes, they're more flexible, but we don't necessarily need the flexibility that they offer. So a lot of farms go back to the S corporation. Technically, the S corporation is just a corporation under the state. The S comes in terms of how they file their taxes with the IRS. These are corporations that have elected under the IRS to be taxed under the S section of the corporate tax code. This is good for many farms. I think it's on my next slide, but I'll go ahead and say it right now. This is preferable when the farm is making more than the average farmer is producing in income in a year. More than the average. So let's throw out some random numbers and say that your average farmer is taking home personal income of $50,000, all said and done. If farmer B is making $60,000, it could be advantageous to file under the S section of the tax code because that extra $10,000 could be taxed as dividends rather than as personal income, and that rate is lower. So that's pretty cool. The thing is, it's not really a deal breaker between forming a corporation and forming an LLC, because an LLC can file under the S section of the corporate tax code too. It's not the default, and you need to do some additional paperwork, but you can. So we re-level the playing field. They function basically the same in the courts. They have the same, are eligible for the same tax structures, same basic procedures, same basic results. But if the farmer is making more than the average farmer in personal income, filing a corporation, forming a corporation or an LLC is a good idea because then you can take advantage of the S subchapter. The fees are the same between a corporation and an LLC, so again, that's not a decision-making factor either. A lot of times it comes down to what your accountant or tax preparer prefers and what they charge you for the preparation of the various forms. So it's not a huge decision. Forming an LLC and a corporation are both very easy. File your articles of organization or articles of incorporation with the state of Minnesota. If you're forming a corporation, you do need to elect officers and write your bylaws. That is quite easy. And we're going to get to in a minute why you should do that anyways, even if it wouldn't be required. Then if you are making your S election, you do need to file a specific form. But don't do it just because I said to. Talk with your accountant or tax preparer because you can't just switch back and forth between filing as an S corporation and filing as a default partnership or sole proprietor if you're an LLC. If this is the right decision for you and you go forward and you create an LLC or an S corporation, follow through on your obligations with the state. Do keep your separate bank accounts. Be diligent about using the right account for the right purchase, and when you make a mistake, pay that account back for the mistake. Capitalize the operation and keep records. So hold that annual meeting, even if it's just with yourself because you're a single member LLC. It's kind of awkward to hold a meeting with one person, but you can do it. And then we have one other record that we really should think about forming, even though it's not legally required. We'll get to that. Don't forget your tax filing obligations to the state and the IRS and your annual report that goes to the state of Minnesota and the fee that accompanies it. Next up, we're going to talk about organizational documents, but let me pause and see if we had any questions on the material so far.
I have not seen any come into the chat box yet, so just a reminder that that box is available to you guys if you do have questions. I think all of our attendees are on mute so that we can avoid some background noise, so please do utilize that chat box to type your questions in, and I can relay those to Rachel.
All right. So organizational documents. These are, they're documents that spell out how this business is going to run, how it makes decisions, what happens when contingencies develop, what happens if you die, all sorts of good stuff. They all cover the same basic content, but they have different names depending on the type of entity that you've formed. If you have a partnership agreement, or if you have a partnership, it's called a partnership agreement. If you have an LLC, it's called an operating agreement. If you have a corporation, it's called bylaws, and some of the information might go in a shareholder agreement. A co-op would also have bylaws. Legal obligation is not necessarily a compelling reason to form one of these. corporations are required to have bylaws, but honestly, most folks just download them from the internet and call it a day, or they adopt them. It's same with a single member LLC. You could just get an operating agreement online and be done with it. But the thing is, just using a template that you find online doesn't satisfy what I think is the single best reason to write organizing documents, and that is to prevent problems. When we think about what causes a farm to fail over time, it's really not having chosen the corporation over the LLC or even taxes or things like that. Disputes are what cause problems for most farms. Arguments between partners, not anticipating, obviously, the death of someone, and then having to distribute those assets in ways that aren't optimal. When we carefully write organizing documents and we think about the way we want our business to run and the way we want to make decisions, we prevent problems before they ever start. And that's really the greatest benefit that we could ask for from forming paperwork. No one wants to do this because it's fun, because it's usually not fun. And so we really rely on this being good, this being a genuine strength to our farm. And I think that writing good operating agreements and bylaws satisfies that. I have a video, but I could not figure out before getting on getting on the webinar how exactly to share it with you. So I'm going to encourage you to go to our website, and on the About Us page, we have a series of videos that are really nice and drive home on the importance of a few different points that I'm going to be raising in my presentations today. We have a video from an entity called Pasture Perfect Poultry, where they talk about what the process of writing their organizing document was what the process was like. They remind us in that video that they formed this collaboration between farms and the community because they were friends in the first place, and they wanted to be more efficient as farmers by working together. The most important thing to them throughout that process was remaining friends through the course of running a business together. Writing the operating agreement helped them set themselves up for success, helped set the entity up to ensure that no matter what happened, they had a pathway forward and could resolve problems, and then could hope to remain friends throughout the business. And I got to say, although this was not brought up in the video, it did work out that way. Pasture Perfect Poultry doesn't exist anymore, and it was, a smooth, amicable process to move on once the business wasn't a good choice for the members anymore. So what does it take to write good organizing documents? You have to talk through some pretty heavy questions, like, what is everyone contributing to the business? What are we contributing financially? Are we contributing labor, time, mental effort? Those things are worth talking about, because honestly, that's where a lot of disputes come in. We all start out thinking, okay, we're going to be equal partners. We're going to work equally as much, and then we're going to get equal in return. But that's not the way it often plays out. One person perceives that they are working harder. One person perceives that another person's work isn't contributing to the business as much as theirs. Those are things that when we talk about them beforehand, we can come up with a solution that's going to work for everybody and prevent that kind of issue from being fatal to the business or to the friendship. How do we make big decisions? Like, does everyone have to agree on certain things, like whether we're going to take on debt? Are we going to go with majority? Or does one person have the ability to make certain kinds of decisions? What do we do with profits and losses? What if someone decides they want to leave the business? How are we going to buy out their ownership? When? How long do we have to come up with the money? Is there a process for bringing on new owners? You might think, oh my goodness, we are not even started this enterprise. Why are we thinking about new owners? Well, thinking about new owners can help reveal complexities in the business that we maybe didn't anticipate. Sometimes when we're friends or relatives, we gloss over problems that might occur, and it's only when we think about bringing in someone else that we can realize just how complex what we're talking about is. Sometimes this is a good opportunity to write in additional policies, like job descriptions for the owners. What really is expected of them? What deliverables do we want to see for a job well done? What about quality standards? Especially if we're marketing our products together. If one person isn't producing as quality of a product anymore, we're going to want to bring that up with them. And it's nice to have something objective, something stated beforehand, that these are the quality parameters that we're looking at. If we have formed this entity for the purpose of transferring ownership, then we have a bunch of other questions to talk about. How and when does ownership transfer? For what money? Is this a gift? And very importantly, how does the transfer of authority correspond with the transfer of ownership? Sometimes decision-making power is different than ownership power. So we got to think all of that through. It's not an easy process. I'm not here to kid you and say, this is no problem. You can do it in a weekend. You probably can't do it in a weekend. But I do see that farms that go through this process end up in a better place over the long term. It's also never too late. If you have already formed an LLC and this presentation is really boring to you, you can always do this. If you haven't thought through these issues, there's no time like the present, and it's certainly better to do it now than waiting for a problem to form. Now I'm trying to advance my slides again. Just a minute.
Rachel, before you move on here, just thinking about this operational agreement, and we're talking about something that could be between related business partners and unrelated business partners, right? So you could have
Absolutely.
You could draw this up if you're working in a family.
Right. I think, to be honest, especially if you're working in a family, very often we assume that because we're related, because we know each other, and we've always worked together, that we have an understanding, or that we know what these expectations are. But in reality, that's not always the case. In reality, we really benefit from having to try to put expectations on paper and creating a forum for us to talk about them and make sure that we're on the same page. Many families are reticent to do that because it seems like we don't trust each other. Like, if we already have a corporation, why in the world would I bring up revising our bylaws now? Like, that does not sound like a good time. But I think it can show trust to say, look, there's some issues that might pop up, and I don't want there to become problems between us. I want to make sure that we're being proactive and creating good procedures for us, so that if you have a problem, you know how you can let me know about it. In a way that encourages good conversation. I don't want you to sit there and be resentful or not know how to talk to me. So maybe we could just put out some ideas for how to prevent problems. It is awkward, and it can be difficult, but I think the greatest value that I can provide is to say it's really worthwhile. These are really good conversations to have, especially if we're contemplating transition in the future. If we wait until that transition is really pressing, there might not be enough time. There might be other factors, other anxieties that prevent us from thinking clearly about the situation. I don't see many people take me up on this, but I do think it's even a good idea for husband-wife partnerships. Again, not legally required. You can still be, well, in the state of Wisconsin, you can be a single-member LLC even though you're husband-wife, so that further dissuades people. But it is a good idea to talk about these issues on a husband and wife level as well. Resentment can and does grow because one person isn't feeling like they're really recognized for their contribution. things like job descriptions can help both parties acknowledge, look, I see what you're doing. I see the value that you're contributing. Here's the way we're collectively being compensated for that. And is that enough for you?
Great. I had one other question come in here, and it says, do you have to have an attorney review the organizational documents are enforceable if you're using clear and simple language?
Right, absolutely. That's a very good question. Yes, we always recommend that you have an attorney review what you write up. But I live in the real world, and I know that that's not always the case, and I don't want that to be a barrier. I think as a farming community, we have so much to gain from being proactive and thinking about these big questions. We have so much to gain from talking about them, even if we never get to the point of writing it down. And even if we never get to the point of having an attorney review it, it's still time well spent. We have still worked hard to prevent problems through clear communication, and that's good. But attorneys do provide tremendous value when they take a look at what two parties have agreed to between themselves. Attorneys are trained in making sure that documents are consistent, that they don't that the different parameters, the different clauses don't accidentally contradict each other. Attorneys are there to make sure that it's thorough enough, that you haven't left something dangling, that would really help you to think through. Attorneys also make sure that documents and agreements are enforceable. Oftentimes that's not that important to most farm families that would never dream of enforcing such a document in court. But that's still worthwhile. It's still good to know whether it even is enforceable or whether you've done something that the court would see as just too far not acceptable. We also encourage folks to use models, and indeed we publish our own models. You can go to our website anytime and download Farmer's Guide to Business Structures. In there you will find a 55-page annotated operating agreement that we're very proud of. It goes through many, ways that business partners might choose to lay out their decisions between each other. We have a short version for a married couple. We have a longer version for when folks are not married or not related at all. We also have bylaws. We have sample meeting minutes. So tons of stuff that can help inspire you to come up with a framework that works for you. But I want to be really, let me make the point again. The operating agreement that's right for you is the one that is written for your circumstances. That's the only authentic way that it can prevent problems for you. So yeah, I already mentioned this, but we have a lot of detailed information, model operating agreements. We have flow charts that will help you decide between different business entities if you want to review those points. So a bunch of stuff. Any other questions? Our segment up next is food safety, but we'll take a pause here. There's definitely a connection between my next two segments on food safety and insurance and liability, because a lot of folks think, well, I don't need to worry about that. I formed an LLC. Hopefully I have disappointed you enough and let you know that actually no, that the LLC or the corporation doesn't work that way. We do still need to pay very close attention to food safety liability and then garden variety, slip and fall liability, and that's what we'll get to next. Rebecca, can you still hear me? Because my headset is beeping at me.
Oh, yes, I could still hear you. I don't see any other questions that have come in.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just scrolling through here to make sure I'm not missing anyone. Oh, someone asked in regards to those documents that you're having an attorney review. Do they get notarized?
Some people will choose to notarize documents like operating agreements and bylaws. What notarization does is it says, indeed, Rachel Armstrong is the woman standing before me, and she indeed is the one who signed this document. I mean, that can be nice. It can be nice so that if you go to court to enforce it, you don't have to prove that Rachel Armstrong was indeed the person who signed this. But that's all it does. It doesn't say, yeah, Rachel Armstrong totally loves everything in here and commits to following through on all of these, all of these parameters. So I don't see it as that crucial of a step to take if it's not
Great,
legally
thanks.
required for some reason.
Okay, I think
Anything
we
else,
can go
or-
ahead and, hang on. Just a thanks for answering the question. I think we can keep moving.
Okay. I'm turning off my headset because it's having a little issue charging, so I apologize if I sound different all of a sudden here. Let's see. Being that I'm still the same presenter, and if you want to come back to any questions on business structures, we can do that too. I think I'm going to advance my slides here. Try to. Oh, okay. I accidentally skipped over the slide there with some other resources at our website, but just go there, click on the business structures search function, and you'll see everything we've got. Oh wait, how did I get sales contracts in here? Must be food safety. Let me open up the other presentation. Let me try to figure out where I put it then. There we go. I just ordered them wrong. Okay. Food safety. So what I'm here to talk about is reducing the risk of liability and the damages that befall a farm if a food safety incident happens. I am not here to tell you how to produce safe food. I don't really know that stuff. That is not what I am trained in. I am also not trained in, well, I guess I am, but that's not the point of today's presentation, is not to train you in product-specific regulations, like how to produce cheese, whether or not you can serve alcohol at an event. Those things are very important, but we're here to talk about liability. Why you can be sued no matter what you do to produce safe food, and how you can protect yourself in the event of that lawsuit. And then if bad things do happen, because that's always a chance, let's talk about all the other terrible ways that you can get in legal trouble for someone getting sick from your food, even if you did everything right and it's not your fault. For our in-person workshops, we have a little quiz that we distribute, but I don't know how to distribute that, so ignore that part of this slide. Okay, I'm going to use an example. Let's say we have farmer April. She has an apple orchard. She sells the apples fresh. She sells them bulk to grocery stores. She sells dried apple rings and fresh apple cider. Most of this is on-farm sales. What happens when people get sick? Let's say we have little Billy. He comes to the farm. He eats a fresh apple. He gets sick. From the same contaminant, Betty eats a bag of dried apple rings. She gets sick. Both parents sue. First, let's talk about how that lawsuit might happen. Normally, it's not that Billy and Betty are just mean people who have it out for the farm. Usually what's happening is that they have gone to the hospital and have been treated for their illness, and they're using their personal health insurance to get that medical care paid for. It is that personal health insurance company that is concerned about who is liable for this injury. They don't want to pay the hundreds of thousands of dollars that these illnesses can cost. If we're talking kidney failure, this could be an extremely expensive injury.
Hey, Rachel.
Oh, yes.
Sorry to interrupt. Your audio is fading in and out a little bit.
Is it really? Okay. I'm going to move because now my headset is not working for some reason. So now I'm going to move my computer and see if I can improve that. Is it any better?
Okay, where you are right now is good.
Great. Okay.
Thank you.
So it's Billy and Betty's parents' health insurance company that's really the item of concern here. They want to get paid back, and they have the authority to sue in Billy and Betty's name, and they don't even need their permission. Well, technically they do, but they already got that permission when the health insurance policy was purchased. So they take in, they're the ones who kind of run the show in determining when and how the farm gets sued. Now let's talk about whether or not the farm is going to be responsible. Generally speaking, and this is not always the case, but generally speaking, the farm is responsible if the farm was negligent. Negligence is being less responsible than an average person would have been in those circumstances. Obviously, that's pretty much clear as mud. Who is the average farmer? And what does the average farmer do in specific circumstances? Let's say that Billy and Betty's apples were contaminated because one well-meaning harvester who was probably 17 years old and working a part-time job picked apples up off the ground that were contaminated with deer feces. And then through some accident in the packing shed, those apples weren't washed. We'd have to think about different parameters like, okay, Farmer April, did she sufficiently train her high school employees in when and where to pick up to harvest the apples and not using apples off the ground? Did she sufficiently train her pack shed staff to make sure that all apples were washed? There's a lot of questions that we have to ask ourselves to figure out what does the reasonable farmer normally do in these circumstances, and did April do it or did she not? It's pretty awful. And if you think that that sounds like a good time, then, my line here is that you should go be an attorney because that's what we do. But you don't need a law degree to farm, and you shouldn't have to be thinking about all of those things, about what every other farmer does and how you line up. Instead, you learn the basics of good food safety practices and you follow them, and then you get insurance. Why is insurance so important in a food safety context? It's because we don't know necessarily what the average, especially the average direct-to-consumer farmer does in this situation. Reasonable minds can disagree. Reasonable minds can fight it out in court. What insurance does is it provides an attorney for you who will make that defense in court. If they have extended you a policy, it means that they are ready and prepared to go to court to explain why you weren't negligent or whatever the basis may be for the lawsuit. So then your question becomes, which insurance policy do I want? And is that what, do I have coverage for the avenues of risk that I'm experiencing? Food safety, again, is a tricky one in this context. Most farms are carrying a farm liability policy. They have that generally through the policy that also covers them for property damage. These often only have coverage for raw product that's consumed on the farm. So that would be Billy's injury, having eaten that raw apple. But it can be hard to say, and it can be hard to decipher, even for an underwriter, what kind of coverage a specific policy extends. Farms that are carrying commercial policies often have more robust coverage. They extend coverage for raw and value-added products and often consumption that occurs off the farm. So we mentioned earlier that April sold wholesale to the grocery store. So those injuries would also be more likely to get coverage under a commercial policy. The good news is that commercial policies are often fairly competitive in price to add on to an existing farm liability and property policy that farms generally always have. So we covered negligence and the importance of insurance in managing the medical bills that result from a food safety incident. But we have other food safety liability avenues. Let's go back to that store that April sold her apples to wholesale. Sorry about that. People eat the apples there. These apples that were harvested off the ground, that were contaminated by feces, not washed. If she has a sales contract with that grocery store that includes indemnification then she might have another avenue for trouble here. Indemnification is when we promise another party that we will pay them back for damage they suffer because of our actions. So in this case, April/Alexi, depends on which A name you want to use here, her actions in mismanaging her farm have caused this grocery store harm. All of a sudden, this grocery store, its customer has been damaged, its reputation has been damaged, its apple sales are falling, and potentially April needs to pay them back for that if she indemnified them. The good news is that, I shouldn't have moved forward yet. The good news is that this is fairly easy to insure against. Most commercial policies and even farm liability policies will cover for indemnification. Oftentimes, they require that the agreement be in writing. So if this is something you want coverage for, make sure you understand whether your sales agreement with that grocery store needs to be in writing. Let's say April also told the grocery store that she would be GAP certified and that all apples would be washed. Seems like a pretty easy thing to commit to, especially if she's already GAP certified. The problem is, in this situation, the apples weren't washed. It might not be her fault that the apples weren't washed, but she did breach this contract. And this is another avenue where a wholesale buyer, a distributor, a food hub, anyone who's taking this product could sue April for breach of contract, even though it wasn't her fault. And the bad news there is that contract breach is difficult to impossible to insure for obvious reasons. Otherwise, people would just break contracts. So she'd really be stuck with the costs on this one. April would need to conduct a recall. You can see here how our direct-to-consumer farmers really end up bearing a lot more liability and costs than many farms realize when they get into the direct-to-consumer business. The distinction here is that when you sell wholesale, it's often the distributor or the buyer that is taking on a lot of these responsibilities. They're carrying the insurance policy. They're making sure that these avenues are in place to make people whole when bad things happen. Oftentimes, if we cut out the middleman, we end up cutting out that insurance policy and some of those protections that were there for us before. So then it's all on us. If April is doing her own distributing, she also needs to conduct a recall. If she doesn't have a tracking system, well, she's got a real problem because she can't conduct any sort of recall. She's going to have to just say, pull all the product. That has a lot of financial implications because none of her product can be sold. We don't know which of these apples were washed or which were not. There's also legal implications to this because the inability to determine when and where your product was harvested and pull it off the shelves if it's contaminated could be seen as negligent. So then that's yet another basis to say this is April's fault and she needs to pay everybody back for what she did. So it's pretty bad stuff. There are general state laws and regulations that can come into play in an incident like this as well. So Minnesota state law, and really every state has a corollary to this. I started talking about a different, a different slide than I have here. Well, I'll just finish the line of thought that I thought I had next. State law prohibits the sale of adulterated product. Adulterated product is product that is actually contaminated and that is potentially contaminated because of poor storage practices. So in April's case, all of her apples could be considered adulterated, and the state could compel her to stop selling those things because her procedures in her packing shed are obviously not up to snuff, and all the product could be contaminated. We know in Minnesota that the Constitution allows a person to sell the products of the farm without any sort of license. This does not change a person's potential liability for having sold that product. And nothing about that means you can't get sued if the product harms someone. So that's a key thing to keep in mind. The same happens with cottage food laws. Many people are aware that, under certain circumstances, a farm can prepare jams or jellies or pickles and then sell those to the public without going through the usual food safety procedures. Again, that does not change the avenues for liability. If you do something that the average person would not have done, you can still be liable for that, and you still need insurance. Insurance for cottage food products and cottage food sales can be more complicated than raw agricultural products, in part because it is still new in the insurance world. The risks of it are not as well known. Insurance companies aren't choosing to specialize in these kinds of products. There's not enough demand. So unfortunately, sometimes an individual's need for an insurance product doesn't correspond to what the market wants to make available to buy. Any questions while I'm busy trying to advance the slides?
I don't see any in there, but feel free to write them down if you guys have them.
Okay. If folks are interested in cottage food rules, we have a slide here that lays out some of the basic parameters. This is also a good point to mention that cottage food sales can be a powerful opportunity for farms that are looking to diversify and create resilience by adding in different revenue streams. You can make a nice complementary income from cottage food sales. It can, if you're a farm that's already at the farmer's market or does direct-to-consumer sales, it can help drive more traffic. It can help boost your brand by making a broader spectrum of products available. So there are a lot of good reasons to consider cottage food products as a strategy for resiliency. But that being said, it does in some ways increase the avenues of liability. They can still be worth it. It can still absolutely be worth it to go into cottage food production, get a good insurance policy, and continue to make some money this way. If you want more information on cottage food production rules and regulations, I definitely recommend the resources that the Minnesota Farmers Market Association puts out. They have incredible training materials and resources for folks that are considering cottage food production. They also make an insurance policy available for the sale of these products at farmers markets. So this is not the sale of the products, at a different farmers market or whatever, but that can be a nice bonus as well. Let's talk about food safety in the prepared meals realm. Let's say you're thinking about boosting your direct-to-consumer reputation by hosting some on-farm events. Maybe you're going to do this in combination with a CSA, or maybe you strictly market wholesale, but you want to have people out to the farm to create another revenue stream or other opportunities like that. Maybe you want to start with a potluck. What is good to know here is that this is fine as long as you have a real authentic potluck and not something you're calling a potluck, honestly. If guests bring their own homemade dishes to share, then you probably don't need a license. But if you think they'll sue you if they get food poisoning, you might want to get liability insurance. So talk with your insurance agent and say, I'm hosting a potluck. What sort of insurance can you offer me for the injuries that might befall my guests? Certainly, you already want to talk to your insurance agent, because if you're having a farm event, and we'll get to this this afternoon, you want coverage if they step on a rotten floorboard in your barn or get too close to the animals or whatnot. But you can also ask about food safety liability. Keep in mind that you don't need a license for a potluck thing only applies if they're your real and actual families and friends. And if you're not, well, this is a potluck where I am roasting the hog and I am providing, the tortillas and all the fixings, and you bring the beer. That's not really a potluck. So, yeah, I mean, it's easy if it is a potluck. Don't worry about that waiver thing. We'll cover that in this afternoon, but the waiver is not really going to help you. That's a spoiler alert. Okay, away from the exciting stuff like potlucks and back to the boring stuff like federal rules. Okay, we have a little something called the Food Safety Modernization Act. Your bottom line here is if your produce sales are $25,000 or less, you don't have much to worry about right now until your business grows. If your average food sales are $500,000 or less and direct-to-consumer or local, bear in mind that you need to keep records of those sales and who is buying your product. You also need to label the product and post a sign with your name so that people can track you down. If your average food sales are over $500,000 or not direct-to-consumer local, you need to pay attention. The produce rule applies to you, and you have to follow specific rules on how you grow your crops. I got to sneak in there, though, that the produce rule is coming for everyone. That's not to say that the law will be changed, but that new legal standards will be set based on what is negligence. In the future, being negligent is going to be not complying with the produce rule. And contracting parties can also require you to comply with the produce rule, even if federal law doesn't. The preventative controls rule is important if you are taking product onto your farm from other farms. If you are, aggregating in any way. If you are doing any processing, you need to pay attention to the preventive controls rule. But it's much too complex for a short webinar section. We have a flow chart, all of 15 pages. But it's important, so check it out if that applies to you. That's actually the end of the food safety segment. Rebecca, it looks like I have 20 minutes left for the last one.
Correct. And your audio is a lot better, but I'm still getting a little bit of fading out, so I don't know if maybe you're turning between computer screens. Yeah. But just so you know.
Sounds good. I adjust. Thank you. And over the break, I'm going to recharge my headset, so hopefully the problem will be solved again.
Thank you. I don't see any questions on the food safety piece right now, but I think as we move through this last segment, if people do have questions that relate to the other two topics, you're happy to take those, correct?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Great.
And again, lots of resources on our website on a food safety subject as well. We have these detailed flowcharts on the federal law, Food Safety Modernization Act, but we also have very robust resources on food service, on insurance policies, liability. For anyone who won't be listening in this afternoon, if you are planning on-farm food service, which can be a powerful option to make additional money for your farm, go check out a guide we have called Come and Get It, Minnesota. It's produced in partnership with Renewing the Countryside and MESA and goes into detail on what it takes to host food service events on your farm. And by that I mean things like pizza nights on the farm or fancy meals that you're hosting and cooking. So check those out. All right. Up next, insurance liability and adding value. I covered our food safety-based insurance and liability parameters in the previous section, but here's where we're gonna get a little bit broader and talk about more insurance liability issues that come up. And I thought I pulled out the added value stuff, but as you can see, my slides got all in a jumble here. Launching right in, crop and livestock insurance. Let's take Farmer Penny this time. Farmer Penny raises lamb, raises vegetables. An early summer storm strikes. Could she find insurance to provide for her lost revenue from lamb and veggie sales? The answer is yes. We have a new product on the market. It's been available for a few years now called Whole Farm Revenue Protection, WFRP. you can get insurance for up to 85% of your revenue, of your insured revenue, up to $8.5 million. It includes coverage for crops, livestock, and greenhouse production. The key word here is insured revenue. So if you are selling to direct-to-consumer markets or other, identity preserved wholesale avenues, any way that you're making more money than the average farmer who's selling that product, this is really important to you because many of the other insurance policies available from the federal government cover you for average market values. So, 10 cents a pound for potatoes, which is not at all what a direct-to-consumer individual is getting. So that's really the power of this whole farm revenue protection policy, is that it insures your revenue. How does it work? You give a notice of your loss within 72 hours, but then a key thing to note is you don't submit a claim until after you file your taxes for the year in which the loss occurred. So that can be quite a significant amount of time after you actually experience the loss. The reason is because your revenue payment is scaled downward when you are not also incurring the cost of production to further produce that product. If my rutabaga crop is destroyed in a late frost, well, I obviously didn't have to pay to have it weeded and harvested. The best prices are available to individuals who grow 3 or more crops. Then you get the 85% coverage. It is limited to farmers with 5 or more years of experience. That's required so that you have this revenue track record that is insurable. But is it affordable? The premium is subsidized by the federal government, like most crop insurance policies. But some farmers find that it is still not that affordable, especially considering they still need to get through the entire season and get on to filing their taxes before they are going to see the money. So it doesn't help solve cash flow problems. This product is made available through RMA, Risk Management Agency, the USDA office that creates most crop insurance and livestock insurance policies in the United States. They have a calculator. You can go onto their website and enter in exactly what you're producing, its value, how much of it, and it'll give you an estimate of the premium that you would pay to insure those products. So it's at least a nice way to get a sense of whether it's right for your operation. If you decide you would like to buy it, you should be able to purchase WFRP policies from any agent that currently sells crop insurance. You can find a list of those agents at USDA's website. You do have to apply. You have to give a whole farm history report so they know what do you produce, what are your average revenues. You have to tell them what you're going to do in the coming year and then what you actually did after you do it. So, paperwork. This policy does hold a lot of promise for things like CSA farms that are growing a wide variety of many crops, but it can also be too burdensome in terms of that paperwork I just mentioned. You need to estimate, well, not just estimate, but be accurate about each crop's volume that you're producing, each crop's value, and then you need to consider whether, especially in the CSA context, you are at risk. If you get to keep the money, whether the vegetables go to the customers or not, you're not at risk. Let's talk injuries. I already gave you a big preview in the food safety section. People will come to me and say, Rachel, am I going to be responsible if someone falls in a hole and breaks their leg on my farm when I have this farm tour? The answer, of course, because I'm an attorney, is maybe, maybe not. I don't know. It depends. We have to ask ourselves, did you do what a reasonable person would have done under similar circumstances? Why was that person in the field? Why was there a hole there? What was happening when they fall in? It's not an easy answer to these questions. So let's say in Penny's situation, someone comes onto her farm to buy lamb, falls through a rotten floorboard in the barn. The person's health insurance company takes issue, sues, tracks it back to the farm. She's going to want an insurance policy. Usually farms have coverage for this kind of thing. They're fine because the farm liability policy or property and casualty or whatever the title may be covers injuries to folks who come on the farm for farm-related business. So that would be the customer buying lamb. That would be, customers that are taking a little farm tour as part of the purchasing process. So usually it's not a real big deal. We have coverage. We already covered that it's actually the hospital. But some of the ramifications of this are when insurance companies refuse to renew a policy. This can often happen after an insurance agent conducts an annual visit, which they often are supposed to do and actually do, and then they see a problem. This is often a dilapidated barn. They don't want to see dilapidated barns because that creates additional risk for folks who are visiting the farm. If they say, we won't renew this policy unless you take that barn down, they're saying, we are going to be liable and we can't take on this risk. So then you're in the position of trying to get another policy, usually because your mortgage is compelling you to carry a policy, and you can end up in a real quandary. Spend that money to take down the barn, risk going without insurance. It's not a good situation. But oftentimes things aren't that simple. It's not a customer who's coming onto the farm who gets injured, in the course of purchasing a product. Oftentimes farms are doing something different, something special. Like, let's say our farmer Penny decides to start hosting canning classes, or she opens a corn maze and folks get injured. Maybe they burn their hands or they fall down in a corn maze. Of course, we want insurance for these kinds of injuries. But your bottom line is, do not assume the policy you have now will cover you once you start something like a corn maze or a canning class. The reason is that this is not considered a farm-related injury. Hosting a canning class is not the usual thing that a farm will do. Even though corn mazes are more popular, that's considered agritourism. That's not considered farming. Farming is usually defined as the production and marketing of crops or livestock, and anything that is directly related to those things. All is not lost. There is certainly insurance coverage that is available for things like canning classes and corn mazes. They go by different names, titles, depending on your insurance provider. Some insurance companies will give you an event endorsement for something like a canning class or a corn maze. Some are going to want to see an incidental business endorsement. Some will offer you a commercial line of coverage. There's not necessarily a right or a wrong. There's just get coverage for it. You can shop around if this is a new venture you're exploring, and see, who offers the most competitive quotes for the kind of coverage that you need. Insurance is also available for activities that cause damage to the property of others. Let's say we have a video at our website of a young man who started a sheep shearing service as a way to bring in more income and keep his lamb operation viable. He started going to other farms doing sheep shearing, and a hobby farmist sued him for a broken leg on one of her sheep that, and sued him for $10,000 for experimental surgery and all manner of costs for this. There is coverage available for that. It can be fairly easy to get through the existing policies that you have. But the point is, you got to tell your insurance agent that you're doing these things. You got to tell them, I'm hosting a canning class. I've started doing some consulting, some, fee-for-service activities for others. Am I covered now, or do I need a little something extra? A lot of farms don't want to do that because that means, oh, sure, yeah, you have coverage for that if you pay $100 more a year. And that's a valid point. This insurance does cost money. That's a bummer, but also it is what's going to protect you. And it is important that when you're starting a new venture for the purpose of increasing the farm's resilience, you don't want it to have the opposite effect. You don't want it to actually create more avenues for liability. So bear that in mind when considering the costs of starting a new venture, and get some quotes. Hopefully you'll be pleasantly surprised that it's not going to cost you that much more money. Some farms are under the impression that they have an umbrella policy. So they don't need to get additional endorsements for extra things that they might be doing. I see this as a major misconception that is happening throughout our community and even and beyond the farming community. Umbrella policies rarely cover any risks that are not already covered by the existing policy. If your existing farm liability policy doesn't cover you for agritourism, the umbrella doesn't help. What an umbrella policy does is raise the total amount of money that's available to the claimant and allows for it to be redistributed across different types of claims. It rarely expands the coverage to risks that were not originally covered. So all of what I said still applies. Ask about the endorsements, ask about commercial lines of coverage, and make sure that you're getting the underlying coverage that you need. We won't do the quiz because I can't see you all and can't have you raise your hands. But otherwise, I ended 5 minutes early. Sorry there, I hustled a little bit because I thought it would take me longer. Questions?
All right, I'm looking at our question box here, and I don't see any coming in. You know, Rachel, whenever I hear you or another attorney or someone giving advice on or giving their thoughts on how to work within the legal realm of owning a farm or a farm business, I'm always coming back to the idea that this gave me a lot of other questions that I have to ask on my farm. So it gives me some good background, but I always am struck by other questions and thinking about, okay, I need to run this by a team of people, right? So it's running it by whatever sort of attorney or legal professional I'm working with and running it by my tax person and running it by my lender just to make sure we're all on the same page. So I'm always struck by how important it is to have a good team of support.
Absolutely. That is one of the bummer parts about my job is people think I'll give them answers and I just end up giving them to-do lists. But those are the honest situation. Don't shoot the messenger, please.
Great. Well, I don't see any other questions rolling in at this time, and I imagine people are getting ready for a little break here for lunch. So why don't we go ahead and we'll take a quick break for lunch. Rachel, thank you so much for this time with us. I know we have you back on here at about 2:30 today. So thank you again for this first segment, everyone. We will take a break and we will be back here at 1 o'clock with Dean Engelman of Tangletown Gardens.
Okay, well, hi everybody. Hope you're enjoying this beautiful winter Minnesota day. I unfortunately had an interesting start to the day. We had a greenhouse heater fail overnight, so most of my morning was spent doing insurance claims. So thank goodness for insurance, I guess. So yeah, well, I'm really excited to be here today and glad you could be here. Even though we can't be together in the same room, this is still a fun opportunity for me to get to share a little bit about what we do at Tangletown Gardens. My name is Dean, and I'm sure Rebecca let you know that, but I'm one of the co-owners of Tangletown Gardens, which we started 17 years ago. And little did we know that 17 years ago, we would have a farm, a garden center, and some of the other things that I'm about to share with you. I think one of the most important things to always remember is, this is not, I'm not here today to tell you what I think you should do, or even to say that everything we do is correct. More so, it's an opportunity just to share with you kind of what we do, what we've learned, maybe some of the mistakes that we've made, and there are plenty. But I guess more so it's just to try to get people to think differently and look at what their operation might have as a hidden potential, or what might be something that you can use to expand and diversify. In this day and age, we all know that that's key to success, and it's certainly been part of our success. One of the things also to remember is that we do a lot of different things, and I don't want people to be scared by the thought that oh my goodness, we have to do all of this in order to try to branch out. Any number of these things or other things would certainly be great ways to start and add to your operation. So what I'm going to do is just go through a little bit about who we are, what we do, but then eventually I'm going to get to something that, regardless of what you do in your operation and what we do, something that connects all of us is soil. And that's kind of the grounding principle that unites all farmers, and soil is key in our existence. So I'm going to tell you a little bit about how we approach that. So, okay, well, with that, welcome. We'll try to do some comments and questions at the end. So feel free to just type those. Rebecca's going to hang on to them and then share those with me at the end. I unfortunately don't have audio working on my end or in my ears, so bear with me a little bit on that. But here we go. So 17 years ago, we started a garden center in South Minneapolis, and it's not a very big space. And we knew that in order for the garden center to be successful and move the amount of product that we needed to move, that we would need some other space in order to have enough elbow room to bring in trees and shrubs and grow plant material, because we didn't have enough room to do it in Minneapolis. And I can assure you that land out in Plato, Minnesota, which is about 50 miles west of Minneapolis, is much cheaper, both from a real estate standpoint and from a tax standpoint, than that it is in South Minneapolis. So it makes good sense economically. So we started the garden center. We did that for a number of years, and a few years later, we wanted to diversify a little bit and offer something to our customers that, typically a garden center, we're really busy for 5 or 6 weeks in spring when everybody's making the mad dash to plant all their annuals. Well, we wanted to have something that would maybe convince customers to come back in the summertime, a time of the year that they might not typically frequent a garden center. And for us, the logical component was produce. Now, we had a farm, we had some land. I was renting the portion of the farm from my father, and the remainder of it he was renting out to a cash farmer. So I just said, hey, I'm going to take another 4 acres, and we became vegetable growers. And my experience growing vegetables, even though I've got a degree in horticulture and know a lot about plants, my experience in growing vegetables was only that of being a young child growing up on the farm in my grandmother's garden, which was basically none. So anyway, we added that fresh market. That went really well. So the following year, we decided to add a CSA program, which stands for Community Supported Agriculture. And if you're not familiar with that, essentially we grow a wide array of vegetables and produce all season long. And from about mid-June to whenever 18 weeks from that point is, going forward, we supply a shareholder a box of produce at whatever size they chose. We do 4 different share sizes, and we have 11 different drop sites. So it was a really great way to connect people to us as a business at a time of the year when otherwise they wouldn't be connected to a garden center. So that went really, really well. It was a good thing I didn't know that very first year that a 300-member CSA is a really big one, because that's how many we had that year. Fortunately, it was one of the best growing seasons from a weather standpoint that we've experienced since. So unfortunately, we haven't had one like that, and I'm waiting for the year when I'm planting sweet corn on April 3rd, and I have sweet corn ready on the 4th of July, because that year we did. Our CSA program has now grown to over 900 members, and that equates to in the neighborhood of 15,000 pounds of vegetables that are leaving our farm every week during the course of the summer. The really great thing about a CSA is the capital is front loaded. So all of the members actually buy their share, pay the money in the beginning of the season, and then we deliver the goods during the season when we're actually producing them. So it's a really great economic model. Then a number of years later, if that wasn't enough to keep us busy, the property across the street from our garden center in Minneapolis came up for sale. And at that time, it was a frozen custard shop called Liberty Frozen Custard. And we had lustfully looked at that building for years, thinking like, what a great companion business we might be able to have in it. Well, the day that it came up for sale, we jumped on it, and we knew at that time exactly what it was going to be. There was no sit-down meeting saying, here's all the options for what we could turn that space into. Because we were already across the street, and because we already had a food side of our business, we knew that a restaurant, a farm-to-table restaurant, and on top of that, a one-of-a-kind farm-to-table restaurant in the sense that the farm owns its own restaurant and the restaurant owns its own farm. So, and I'll talk a little bit about how we supply that as we go forward here. So the farm is interesting. We do a lot of different things in a very small space. Many of you, when I say 142 acres and farm, that they don't really go together most places today because 142 acres is tiny. I'm not sure that you could be a cash farmer and make a living on 142 acres. And we've taken that 142 acres and looked for every little nook and cranny of opportunity and how we can produce the most amount on that 142 acres. And I want to show you a little bit as we go forward how we do that. So we've got our greenhouses. We've got about an acre of greenhouses now. We have about 7 acres of trees and shrubs and perennials. And then all of the rest of it is it's about 55 acres that we do in produce. And then the balance is hay fields, pastures, and some wooded land. So it's a real diverse area. On top of that diversity, what's probably most unique about the way we farm is what we're growing. If you look at the farms and the fields around, you'll see soybeans and you see corn, and that's pretty much it. The big dairy across the road does have a lot of alfalfa, so he's got that in his rotation. But it's really a series of monocrops that pretty much surround our farm. So when you drive by our farm and you see in any number of 70 different vegetable varieties growing, it looks a little bit out of place. But that diversity is key. So if you look at all those little plots of land in that field, every one of those will be something else next year. And in many cases, we'll use the same piece of ground for 3 or 4 crops during the same season. Okay, so one of the other keys to our production system is that we have both plants and animals in the same equation, where we're trying to essentially mimic nature in the sense that there's nowhere in nature that plants are growing absent of animals or animals existing absent of plants. So if we're really trying to create a natural system and a symbiotic system, well, then we have to take some nods from nature and look at, I always say that, Mother Nature provides us, some many millions of years of R&D that we didn't have to pay for. If we just actually pay attention to and look at it, we can learn a lot from it. So instead of growing any one thing in a monoculture type environment, we're looking at how do we integrate plants and animals to not only benefit each other, but ultimately benefit the soil. And again, we'll talk about that a little bit later on. So one of the things that I think is really important is to kind of understand where we're at, and not so much where I'm at or where we're at as being farmers, but more so where our customers are at. And without understanding the desires, the goals of your customer, it's really hard to make decisions on what you think is best for them. In reality, we're doing what they think we can do that is best for them, if that makes sense. So you are what you eat. A lot of my talks and lectures now are more on nutrition and how we farm and how we raise food actually affects the quality of the food. So whether it's what we feed a chicken, which ultimately determines how healthy that egg is, or what we feed our soil, which will ultimately determine what's in a head of broccoli or in a carrot. And we'll talk a little bit more about that in a minute. So a lot of our customers have really changed their perspective on food and the food culture in the sense that they actually want to know a little bit more about where their food comes from, and whether they're all true or whether they're not. Mainstream press and media and just the world around us is food has become a very hot button topic. So both the quality of that food and the quantity, where you've heard it said a lot of times over that if we're going to feed a planet of 10 billion people, we're going to have to change some things. And I agree with that to some degree, but I also know that we already produce enough food today to feed 10 billion people. Unfortunately, we waste about 40% of it. Either it's culled because it's not perfect, or it's just wasted in the food stream. So I can't fix that. That's going to take society to make that change. So the food pyramid in general is, the thing that, being a farmer, we have to remember that we're in the business of producing nutrition. And unfortunately, that's hard for a farmer to think that way because we don't necessarily get paid for nutrients. Indirectly, we do. And people don't go to the grocery store shopping for nutrients. They go to the grocery store and shop for food. But again, to know where we should be today, we have to understand the past and how we got there. So this is the USDA food pyramid that was released in the 1980s. This was the updated version in early 1991, I believe. And the reality of it is most people, and there's so many different diets, and there's so many different doctors telling us different things, that many people are skeptical of almost all of those food pyramids. And so now most people are really starting to ask the questions like, what should we be eating? And different doctors, you get so many different answers. So people are really craving that knowledge on what is the best diet. And I don't think we know the answer to that. And that's a personal decision, but it's up to us to make sure that regardless of what our customer chooses to eat, that if it's something that they're getting from us, that we're doing the very best to put the most amount of nutrients into it. The other thing that's really important to note is, so I don't know if any of you have read this. If you haven't, you should. This is a book by Michael Pollan, written and released in 2006, called Omnivore's Dilemma. And his goal was not to really make people think about food necessarily. He just had this vision of, he wanted to follow four meals from their place of origin to where they were consumed. And unknowingly, and not necessarily the goal, Michael exposed a lot of people to some of the dark sides of our food chain, and single-handedly made Americans stop and ask the question, where does my food come from? And he started it. We're still in the throes of it, and it's not a conversation that's going to be over or that we'll have all the answers to anytime soon. But it's worth noting. So if you haven't read it, you should read it because it's important. Because basically, Michael said, like, okay, where does all this stuff come from? And really started digging into it. Obviously, we're not eating the kitty litter in the first row of the cat food. But if you look at the things behind there, what's interesting to note that we know now that 60% of all of the volume of the processed, pre-packaged items in a grocery store are made up of 4 ingredients. They're made up of corn, soybean, wheat, and rice. They're just different formulations of those same 4 ingredients with different seasonings, different colorings, made into different things. And it's making Americans realize that, wow, at best, a large part of our diet is 4 very highly processed, highly packaged, highly preserved ingredients. And the net result of that kind of a diet is unfortunately this, where the U.S. is now ranked by the World Health Organization as the 42nd healthiest country in the world. Even though we pretty much would all agree that we have the best healthcare system in the world, unfortunately, we're still number 1 in all of these things. And I'm a pretty intense guy, and I like to be number 1 in a lot of things. But this is not one of them that I'm proud to be number 1 in. And the net result of that is that people are starting to ask the questions like, well, how can it be? We have the most abundant food supply. We have the best health care. But unfortunately, we're still getting the onset of disease is happening at the same rate today, or at the same age today, as it did 100 years ago. So it's not necessarily that we are living longer. We're dying longer. We're getting sick at the same time, but unfortunately, well, maybe fortunately, modern medicine has helped us find ways to actually keep us alive longer. But I would maintain maybe the question we should be asking is, how do we actually start living longer? So what people have done as a result of that, we all know somebody with cancer, with a chronic disease, a heart disease, you name it. So Americans have finally woken up and started saying, well, geez, maybe it's got something to do with their diet. And, in a world today where we have a health industry that really doesn't care much about food, and we have a food industry that doesn't care much about health. And the unfortunate reality is I don't think we can look at either of them independently, that they are in fact related. So Americans are waking up and starting to ask the questions like, where does my food come from? They want to know where their food comes from. And I would bet 20 years ago, none of us saw in a grocery store a buy local or support local farmers, but today it's everywhere. And it's consumer driven economics, and we have to be mindful of what's driving that. Then there's the next step where people actually want to know their farmers and are willing to go to the lengths of being a participant in a CSA and get to know me as their farmer or any number of us as their farmer, and they actually want to have an interaction with that farm, the farmer, and know where their food comes from. And we get the luxury of doing that with 900 people every single week through our CSA program, but yet we're trying to reach beyond that. I always say that, when I talk to general public audiences, I say, I don't care if you join our CSA, I don't care if you go to a farmer's market that we go to, but I think it's important to consider going to a farmer's market, joining a CSA, or at least buying food from somebody that you know where it comes from, because now we've got a direct consumer-producer relationship, which is priceless. We also get the benefit of sharing with our members and actually our customers as a whole just how we farm. They have an opportunity a couple times a year to come out and see our farm, how we do things, and I tell you, there's no better way to actually gain a lifelong customer than to teach them something so personal as food and health and where it comes from and how you're doing things and how much you care about the ecology and how much you care about the life that you're providing that cow or that duck or that chicken. And it's a pretty marvelous thing when you can teach people those types of lessons. You will have a client for life. So the other thing that we do is and I'll talk a little bit about the breeds that we've selected for our animals, but the other thing that we do that's really, really important is the varieties of vegetables that we've chosen to grow for our CSA and for the restaurant. And that's, I guess, the other thing I didn't mention. Obviously, the restaurant is part of our business, so we're really providing the restaurant with about 95% of all the food that is consumed inside of that restaurant 365 days a year. And that's almost unheard of, especially in Minnesota. So we'll talk a little bit later on about our aquaponic system. And really, in large part, we do a lot of what our grandparents and great-grandparents did because they lived in Minnesota and lettuce wasn't being flown in on a daily basis from California at that time. So through canning, pickling, and different preserving and drying, those are one of the many ways that we get through the winter at the restaurant, including root cellars and stored squash and potatoes and onions and those types of things. But the other thing that's really important is when we start selecting varieties, whether it's a tomato, a potato, or a carrot, we're looking at varieties that give us the best opportunity to have the highest level of nutrients from the start. Coincidentally, when you look at a white potato versus a purple potato, and I bet I don't even need to ask, is which one do you think has more phytochemicals and phytonutrients in? Of course, it's the purple potato. The unfortunate reality of years and years and years of breeding, the very nutrients that are in a lot of our foods are also the things that make them favorable to bacteria and fungus. And I would argue that if we breed foods that bacteria and fungus don't want to eat, then I would question whether we should want to eat them. But anyway, so we're looking at the varieties themselves. A red carrot, to give you an idea, can have anywhere from 10 to 15 times the beta carotene as an orange carrot. A purple carrot will even have double that. So we can look at some of the things that we're growing, and just by default of selecting different varieties, we can actually have a higher nutrient content. So all of those things that we grow, it doesn't matter necessarily what varieties we choose if we choose to ignore the health of our soil. And we're going to get into a lot of that in a minute. But But the idea of taking a diverse set of plants and growing them in a diverse environment with soil health being our key factor, at the end of the day, we end up producing so many more calories per acre than we ever could if we were just growing, say, corn. I think an acre of corn will produce about 15 million calories. If I did nothing but put broccoli on an acre, I could produce about 64 million calories during the course of the year. So that's part of that argument about how you feed the world doing this. I would argue that we can do it easier. So the diversity on our farm is I think really critical. You know, if we're going to look at breaking disease cycles and insect cycles and things like that. So those are potatoes plants on your right, and we will not grow potatoes anywhere in the same vicinity over a 4-year window. So that means that the field that is potatoes that you see there would not have a potato plant in it for at least another 4 years. And that's what helps us really combat and break down that potato beetle life cycle. Doesn't mean we don't have them, but the severity of them is much less and the control is a lot easier. So I get this question all the time. So are you certified organic? Are you certified naturally grown, or any of those things? And I say no. And I hope we don't ever have to be. Because just like those, the slides you saw a little bit earlier where I actually have our customers at our farm, I'm a firm believer in faith certification, and I want people to know us and me to know them. And if we do that and we know each other and we have that producer-consumer relationship, then this becomes less valuable, because all of these are essentially me paying a third party to tell my customer that, yeah, you're doing it right. So if I were selling produce for a long ways away, well, then I might be looking at it a little bit differently. But in our scenario, we don't need it. And if we were to do any one of these, we would just add an artificial layer of cost into the system. So I love organic growers, and I'm not against organics by any stretch. It's just for us in our operation, it's really not a necessary thing to participate in. Instead, just like this, I would rather have our customers know us, them come to our farm and realize, you know, what we do and how we do it. And then there has to obviously be trust in that relationship in order for that to work. The one thing that's interesting, and one of the things that really made us think about how we grow food, is because we saw this happening over and over and over and again. And I would argue that almost every one of the instances where a kid that likes carrots, I'll guarantee you one of those carrots went in his mouth before he made it home. I don't think any of the raspberries that we put in our CSA ever make it home. I'm quite certain. So when that's the case, it really makes you think differently when you realize that people are taking your food and inherently trusting you and what you say you're doing, and they're putting it into their mouth. And if that doesn't make you think about what you're putting on food or spraying on food, then I don't know what would. So the unfortunate reality is when we decided to say that, okay, we're not going to spray chemicals, we're not going to spray fungicides and insecticides that are going to actually be toxic in nature, unfortunately these guys, they don't just decide, well, that's a really nice thing for you to do, so we're going to leave you alone. In some cases, it's just the opposite. So over the course of time, our reaction has been, in a farming community, is I have a pest, and I need to kill it. So what do I put in my tank and what do I spray in order to kill it? And over the course of the last 50 or 60 years, farming has really evolved into less of a biological event and activity and much more of a chemical activity. And as long as we stay one step ahead with the next chemical product, we can combat the pest as they evolve and change. And I'm not sure that that's the right approach for so many reasons, but what really triggered it is when these guys started dying. When colony collapse disorder happened, and I'm not even saying it's a result of farming practices necessarily, I think there's a whole bunch of things that compound the collapse of bee colonies all across this country, and it's not any one thing. So, but regardless of that, it doesn't matter what I think. What matters is what my customer thinks. So when these guys started dying, everybody freaked out. and everybody started blaming everybody else and blaming this product or that product, or monocrops or giant almond groves in California, but it doesn't matter. What matters is this little guy, which is a little hoverfly, is a tiny fraction of the size of that honeybee. So all of the testing that we're doing on honeybees to get lethal doses of different chemicals that kill them, well, I would argue that that's less of a concern for me, because I'm more concerned about all these little guys, which take a lot less chemical to kill, and the net result of that is just demise of many of our native insect species, which have a very, very, that has a giant impact on the ecosystem around us. And I think we'd be kidding ourselves if we even thought that we actually understood what that impact may or may not be. So I kind of always say, like, well, if we don't know, let's err on the side of caution until we do know. So anyway, so we went through a quite a long era of, I guess we would call it conventional farming now, but it was really looking at products and chemicals and what inputs do we need in order to grow the best food, which resulted in a lot of people very concerned about what we're spraying on their food, which is really the premise and the driver for the entire organic certification system. I would argue that there's something that has gotten lost along the way, and that is the very fact that, like I said earlier, that most people don't think about producing nutrients or going shopping for nutrients. The reality of it is we've gotten so caught up with what's not on our food that we have forgotten about what is in our food. And if you look at all of those symbols, the other place that you'll see most of them is on the back of your multivitamin pill bottle. And I would challenge us and us as farmers to say, well, how do we actually put the nutrition back into the food? I know I can grow broccoli that's deficient in calcium. I know I can grow broccoli that's deficient in any number of minerals. I can do tissue samples to prove it. And that's actually how we diagnose a lot of different things. And nutrient deficiencies is we do it in corn, we do it in soybeans. We can actually do it at the right stage. We can test sap, and we actually know what we're deficient in. So if it's not in the soil, or if it's not being made available through the soil, well, then it's not going to be in the plant itself. So, and that doesn't matter if you're growing broccoli, carrots, corn, cucumbers, soybeans, wheat. It doesn't matter. If your plant is deficient in anything, its chance of success and or susceptibility to disease or insects goes up. It just stands to reason. So how do we get that nutrition back into soil? Is first of all, we have to think about, we have to do no harm. If some of the things that we're doing and applying to our soil are actually binding soil minerals up, well, that in itself is a problem. And I can give you the first example of that is Roundup. Roundup, by its design, is a chelator. So Roundup in the soil will tie up any +2 cations. So what are those? Calcium, iron, zinc, magnesium, a whole bunch of those vitamins that you saw, or those minerals that you saw in the previous slide. It will actually tie those up. And what's more important is that plants have developed, this is part of nature's millions of years of R&D, plants and microbes have over eons of time formed symbiotic relationships. So much so that a plant, and this was a game changer for me when I learned that most plants, plants are the world's natural photovoltaic cells. They actually take sunlight, turn it into sugars. And when I learned that 65% of all of the energy that a plant makes from the sun is turned into an exudate that it sends out of the root system to do one thing and one thing only, and that is to feed the microorganisms that live in the root rhizosphere that form those symbiotic relationships with the plant. When I learned that if a plant realizes that their existence is that important to them, well, then maybe we should pay attention, and maybe we should be making certain that what we are doing to the soil is improving the environment for those microbes so that they can continue to actually help the plant. And it's really something so simple as this, that a plant can create an exudate, pee it out the root, and say, here, Mr. Bacteria, here's some sugar for you. I need some calcium. The bacteria, in turn, can actually break down some of the mineral in the soil, creating a calcium particle that now is essentially available to the plant. So there's an incredible exchange of information and material that happens down there. And I was talking to a microbiologist a couple of weeks ago, and she would argue that we know so little about that interaction that we probably have a better understanding of stars that are light years away than we do about some of those very interactions that are happening right beneath our feet. So we've looked at it in a totally different light now, is rather than looking at how do we feed a plant, and how do we feed a plant, whether it's in our greenhouse or in our fields, in our soil, we look at how do we actually feed the soil and that soil life, so it in turn can create an environment that is very capable of feeding the plant and supplying the plant what it needs. And if we do that, that plant is healthier, and as a result of that plant being healthier, well, now many of its natural defenses or immunities are in full force, and the problems that would come about, especially in the fungal world, that we might need it to spray a fungicide for, all but go away. So we're not going to go through this in detail, but what I would say is what we need to understand is that soil is much more than some black particles, beneath our tires and beneath our feet. Soil, and at least healthy soil, is an intricate balance of plants and fungi and nematodes and microarthropods and bacteria and obviously worms and things like that. Unfortunately, when we say nematodes and we say fungi and we say bacteria, the first thought that comes to mind is all of those that are feeding on plants and destroying plants. That's actually a very small percentage of them. The majority of them actually feed on other bacteria, fungi, and nematodes, and also work in correlation with the plants. So nematodes are a prime example. And you think about like soybean cyst nematodes, which is actually one of the few nematodes that actually feeds on plants. Most nematodes eat other nematodes. So if we can actually favor the nematodes that actually feed on other nematodes, well, by default, we can actually create an environment where we'll actually have suppressed the bad nematodes. But understanding the soil food web, or just the idea that it exists, will make you look at soils completely differently. So this is just one example. There's loads of information out there on it, and I would just encourage everybody to jump on and learn a little bit about it. One of the I already talked a little bit about chemical farming and kind of where we've come over the last 60 years. And this is just one of a bunch of different guys out there. But Gary Zimmer, who wrote this book, The Biological Farmer, really starts making us ask the questions like, well, the entire act of raising a crop or an animal is really a biological event. But unfortunately, we've relied too heavily, or in my opinion, too heavily, on the chemicals that help kind of manipulate that biological event, instead of actually looking at biology and how do we actually favor good biology and biology that's going to benefit, whether it's a cow, a chicken, or a duck, or a sweet corn, or a soybean, or a pumpkin. So it's just looking at things differently, and again, looking at the entire system, not just going through, and planting a crop and then waiting to diagnose what problems arise and then deciding what products need to be applied in order to treat that potential problem. Instead of looking back further of how do we actually try to avoid the problem in the first place. So one of the ways that we do that, and this might be the extreme, but I threw this in here just to prove a point. So I've got a formal science training in horticulture, more chemistry and biochemistry than most of us ever wish to take. And I went to college and I learned that, in even growing in a greenhouse, it was very much a chemical project. of how do we essentially grow plants in a sterile environment so that we don't have any opportunity or chance for insects or not insects, but for bacteria or fungi to actually ruin a crop. So I had to, at one point in my life, unlearn that was the only option. And instead, this is actually a homemade compost tea brewer, which I would have told you 10 years ago is complete junk science and voodoo, and it wouldn't work. And I believe that so much that I actually built this one just to prove it didn't work. And when we started spraying in the inside of our greenhouse, the whole idea of compost tea is you're taking compost which is loaded with bacteria and fungi, and you're knocking all those good microbes, you're knocking them off, you're putting them into water, and then you're spraying and inoculating your crop. Well, I would have told you a tank of this was probably just a hippie fallacy that it would actually ever have any real merit. I was 100% wrong. At that time, we were, spending, $120 to $500 for a bottle of insecticide or a fungicide. Greenhouse chemicals are crazy expensive compared to the ones you would use outside in an agricultural environment. And lo and behold, we started spraying compost tea, and with the idea that we're going to spray so much good biology out there that it in itself will suppress the bad biology, and it worked like a charm. So now I can brew a 50-gallon drum, which costs about $10. It costs more to apply it than it does to actually brew the 50 gallons. And we have not sprayed a chemical fungicide or insecticide or bactericide in our greenhouses in over 7 years. And the thing that I always tell people is, like, in actuality, we could say that our greenhouses are organic and we could get them more certified organic. The dirty little secret is it's actually a cheaper, easier way to actually grow those same plants. We have had 0 fungal outbreaks since we put the fungicide in the closet. And if you would have told me that 10 years ago, I'd have said that's not possible. Most of my colleagues in the industry would still tell me that's not possible, and I invite them out and say, well, if you can find some, find it, but I'm producing the same crop for less money because of it. So the other thing that we did along with it's not just always about what you get rid of, but it's also what you do add. I'm not saying we don't have to add fertilizers and do some of those things, but what we're doing now in our greenhouses, and this is the basis for all of our field fertility as well, is we're actually using liquid fish. There's a whole bunch of different ones out there, and I've not found one that's way better than another. But the idea is we're actually putting on liquid fish, which is lots of protein, lots of amino acid, which are all made out of nitrogen. And we're applying that to our soil not to feed the plants. We're applying that to our soils to instead feed the microbes so that they can replenish the soils and break down all those other micronutrients and the things that we might be deficient in and supply it to the plant in return. So we're really looking at is how are we focusing more about the carbon in the system, and how do we actually foster carbon and carbon sequestration, but along with that, it fosters healthy soil. The other thing that we apply a lot of, now we don't go to the grocery store and buy a little jar like this, we buy it in a 275-gallon tote, but we'll actually spray unsulfured blackstrap molasses onto our fields along with that fish fertilizer, and that is the general basis for all of the fertilities on our farm. Along with cow manure and compost and some of those other things, but those are the products that we're applying, and they're actually they take a little bit more reapplication, but the longevity of them in the soil, I don't ever have to worry about my nitrogen leaching because it's actually nitrogen in a more organic form. And again, if the plants have the microbes in order to make it available to them when they need it, it's a handoff and an exchange that happens in real time. So this might be an unfortunate reality, but a number of years ago, I actually took this picture. I was flying to Mexico to a friend's wedding, and I wasn't really paying attention. I just at this moment happened to look down, and I looked around, and I was kind of confused about what I was seeing. And as I looked closer and I looked closer, I realized that I was looking at the mouth of the Mississippi entering the Gulf of Mexico. And when I look down and I see that, what I see is not water stained with silt and clays and sediment. I actually see Minnesota farm soils, and I see Iowa farm soils, and Wisconsin farm soils, and all the way down the Mississippi. Anything that has a tributary that's whether it starts in a tile or a drainage ditch, that is the most valuable part of our farms washing away. And the chance of that ever coming back is about zero. So when I realized, that is the finest particles of our soil. In many cases, it's the humic acid, which is organic matter broken down to its finest forms. And why is it there? Is because unfortunately we too often treat our soil like it is dirt, rather than like the living organism that it is. So when we have heavy tillage, when we have wind erosion and water erosion, and if we're doing things that actually foster them, well, it stands to reason we're going to lose much of that. We'll talk a little bit about organic matter here in a second, but if there was, we're no snow on the ground right now, and you drive around, this is what most of our soils are going to look like. So, and we'll talk about what we do for tillage as well in a minute. But why is organic matter important? Is each 1% of organic matter contains about 10,000 pounds of carbon, 1,000 pounds of nitrogen, 100 pounds of phosphorus, and 100 pounds of sulfur. Those are just a couple of things. It also makes soil more able to hold water. It has more calcium. It has a lot of other things. These are just a few. But if you imagine, so again, we're about an hour west of the Twin Cities, and I actually have soil tests from this very farm from the late 70s and early 80s. And there wasn't one that had an organic matter level below 8%. And in part, that was because it was a small dairy farm, the dairy farm I grew up on. And we obviously spread cattle manures. We actually grazed our fields from time to time. And we also had a little bit more diversity because we had some small grains, and we had some alfalfa, corn, and different things in the mix. So we had a little bit more diversity in the equation. But when I took over and started farming these same fields, after they had gone through quite a number of years of what conventional farming, most of our soils were down to in the neighborhood of 3%, somewhere as low as 2.7. The good news is my soil scientist professors in college would tell me at best we could change the organic matter in soil by less than 0.25% in 100 years. We know now that that's completely not true. So the really good thing is knowing that we've had maybe some negative impact on our soils in the last 60 years. I also believe that we can fix them faster than we ever thought possible. And I'll show you some ways in which we do that. So cover crop is not an unknown word anymore. I think all of us have heard the word cover crops. They still maybe scare a lot of people. A lot of people say, well, I don't know how to work that into my rotation, or how I have that option. And Gabe Brown, who's actually a amazing guy, he's a rancher in North Dakota who kind of does what we do on a much larger scale. So what we do, even though we're on 142 acres, he's doing something even bigger, even better on 5,000 acres. So there is a way to make this scalable. And what Gabe always says is that, well, he gets a lot of people that'll come out and see his operation and say, well, that works for you on your operation and your situation, but that won't work on mine. And Gabe's reply to them, he says, you're right. With that attitude, it won't. So instead of, maybe pushing back or being reluctant, what I would just say is, what, there has to be a way or an opportunity. If you feel like it's necessary and it's a worthwhile endeavor, well, maybe just reimagining the way you farm or the way you think, all of the sudden opportunities start showing up. And I'll show you a little bit how we do that now, because soil and soil health is the most vital part of everything we do. So if you look at that field right there, there's about 24 different species in that mix. This is what our grain drill will look like when we're going through with at least a few different cover crops. Now, we didn't start here. We didn't start using 24 different species in our cover crop rotation. And we don't always use 24 different species. Sometimes it's 2, sometimes it's 1. But what I would say is, you don't have to start with the Cadillac. You can actually start small with some of the things that are a little bit easier, and we'll talk about what those are. But what we have found by adding this kind of diversity into our rotation is we have seen our organic matter just climbing and climbing and climbing year after year after year. And then oddly enough, even though we're not applying any calcium to our soils, our biologically available calcium level in our soils keeps going up and up and up and up. So many of the things that we need and are missing potentially, especially in the micro nutrient world, are there. They just are not available to the plants. So this is what it might look like. You look at that hopper and you see all different kinds of seed. There's actually alfalfa and clover in there, and you can't even see it. And really, what we do is we chuck it all in the same grain drill, and there's enough big seeds in there. So if a alfalfa seed or a clover seed ends up deeper than you would normally plant it, well, that bigger seed kind of opens up a channel for that smaller seed to get out of the ground, and they're actually helping one another in that scenario. So this is what that might look like after a couple of months of growth. This happens to have a lot of sunflower and a lot of buckwheat in it, but we will take all of that green matter, which is about 3 feet deep. We'll run over it with a rotavator. This happens to be a Kuhn rotavator, and all of that 36 inches of vegetation is tilled into the top 2 inches of the soil. And that's probably one of the most significant changes that we made in our operation, is we do not ever touch the soil deeper than 2 inches. And conventional wisdom would tell us that, well, you're going to get compaction and you're going to get hard soils. And in the reality, it has been just the opposite. And I'll show you how we have done that. So this is one of the things that is in our cover crop rotation, and this is a tillage radish. I'm sure many of you are familiar with them. If you're just starting out and you're just getting into maybe the option of using a cover crop, this may be the single best one to start with for a couple of reasons. One, it has a monumental impact on your soil, but 2, it will always winter kill. So some of the cover crops that do not winter kill can be a problem if you don't have the right equipment to deal with them. A rotavator is a perfect piece of equipment to deal with it. But what a tillage radish does is simply this. It actually sends that big, thick root down into the ground, and when it hits 190 psi, that root will truncate, and then it will continue down anywhere from 2, 3, 4 feet deep, and it will be mining and pulling up nutrients, whether it's nitrogen that has leached down, any of those minerals and deposits that are deeper. It will bring them up back to the soil surface, where now they're going to be available for next year's corn crop, soybean crop, vegetable crop, whatever the case might be that you're growing. And so what happens is you plant those, and we typically try to plant them in August, September. If you're a silage corn guy, you've got great opportunity right on the backside of that silage corn coming off to go put some tillage radishes. In Iowa, they fly them on just as the corn is starting to senesce. They'll actually fly on the tillage radishes with airplanes, dropping it on the soil surface, and as long as you get a half inch of rain, it'll germinate. And when they're combining, they're essentially driving on a green vegetative mat, and which actually also helps hold the combine up in a wetter winter. But they ultimately will winter kill. So you see that quarter there, and you can see the size of that hole. So rather than taking a piece of steel and ripping it through the soil, we're actually using a root from a tillage radish to actually do the tillage for us. So it's called biotillage. The other thing the other crop that if you're just exploring with cover crops, cereal rye is a great one. Here we're growing cereal rye along with lettuce. So it's a fall. We planted the cereal rye, then we went in and planted the lettuce. They'll grow together. We'll harvest the lettuce, and then ultimately I'll show you in a second here what became of that particular field. So again, I mentioned that we have plants and animals in a system, and we need them together to do what we do. So we raise a whole batch of heritage breed hogs every year. If you've ever been to Wiseacre, you know that the bacon is great, and this is where it comes from. So we've got pigs roaming pastures and roaming outside areas, and they're a great cleanup crew. They're gleaning fields and pastures for us, and they're basically a shovel on four legs. So they do a great job of kind of working in some of the green manures and green matters. Our cattle, we've got a herd of Scottish Highland cattle, and it doesn't matter what cattle breed you'd have, this would work for all of them. But we do what's called high stock density rotational grazing, where we'll actually take 35, 40 cows with their calves and put them on a quarter of an acre for one day. And they'll be on that ground for one day. I always say I want them to eat some, I want them to trample more. In that scenario, that is a net carbon sequestration event. So we're putting more carbon into the soil than we are releasing into the atmosphere. And cows have four legs and they love to use them. So rather than me taking the food to them, I let the cows go to the food. A series of fences do that very well. Here's our cows eating a field of cover crops. So there's tillage radishes and there's clovers and there's turnips, oats and rye, a lot of different things. So one of the ways in which we cycle nutrients on our farm is to plant a cover crop after a cash crop. So the broccoli may have been harvested, we planted a cover crop on the backside. We can grow up to 9 tons of biomass per acre, which is a really wonderful way to reduce the amount of hay feeding season that we would incur without doing that otherwise. So all of our fields become pastures and our pastures become fields at some point. So this is what was once a field of broccoli a day after putting the cows out onto it. So the cows will basically go through and clean the broccoli up, eat some of it, trample more. We'll till that in and then seed a cover crop right on top of it. Many cases cereal rye that would then come up that fall and into winter. The other thing we do is we fence all of our fields in the fall, and we get about a year or a month worth of food fencing in our 55 acres of vegetables, which that's a lot of hay, and it's a lot of hay I don't have to make in the summertime. And again, the cows are going out eating that cauliflower that was left over. They're leaving behind the manure. We don't have to haul it out. So again, we're recycling those nutrients a little faster. And they're just, once again, the only corn that our cows get are when they get to go into batches of leftover sweet corn, such as that one. So chickens are another thing that we do, and chickens are the most valuable product that we would raise per acre. If you do the math, we can raise about 1,000 chickens per acre, and at a retail value to our CSA members at $15 a chicken at $15,000 an acre. It's a really great system to put into play in our operation. So what we will do is, here's that same lettuce crop again that has a cereal rye interplanted in it. The next spring, we actually rolled that cereal rye down after some of the rye seed had already gotten ripe or ripe enough. And then we roll it down. We'll wait about 2 weeks, and what will happen is some of that rye seed will start to grow down underneath there, and then we put the chickens in. The chickens will run around and scratch at that thatch, and you see some of the rye starts to regrow like it is there, so they will eat that newly emerging rye seed. But essentially, we grew chicken food because they will run around and eat the rye seed themselves. But that's not the main thing. Is if you could zoom in on this, you would see thousands of bugs running everywhere. So when we pull that thatch back and that mat back, all of those bugs are what the chickens are really after. And a chicken's ideal source of protein is not soybean meal, unfortunately. It's actually insects. So by putting the chickens out in that environment where they can scratch, they can forage, the chicken itself ends up being a totally different meat. It's a firmer, denser meat that actually has more flavor and more nutrition. So we'll also put them in some of our crops after we're done at the end of the year. And chickens love broccoli and kale just as much as we do. So you can see, you see where those wagons are. We use some old hay wagons. They're basically there for shade, and then we hang the water bars on the side of them. So we'll actually move those every day, and then the chickens will go around with them. Now the chickens are out of this field already. We'll let this regrow, and we'll put another batch in. We do 500 at a time then on an acre. So one of the other things that we do, and the last thing I'll share with you today, is that we do aquaponics greenhouse. And that's one of the ways that we supply the restaurant year-round. So we've never had to buy lettuce from anywhere other than our own farm. And this is, in this scenario, we're basically raising Japanese koi in a tank. We feed the fish. the fish give off waste. That waste in itself would be very toxic to the fish. But instead, we actually run that water through a series of filters and underneath these raceways, and this is lettuce basically floating on water in styrofoam rafts. And in a year's time, we can produce 52,000 heads of lettuce in a 30 by 100 foot greenhouse using only 10 gallons of water a day. So it's a really unique model. That one's a little bit more involved and a little bit more intense. So if that's something you're thinking of adding, that's one of it's worth studying good before you jump in. But bigger than that, and again, these are just a handful of the things that we do that we've put into our equation. You know, they may or may not work in the same fashion for everybody. But the thing that I always is kind of remind people to think about is when the soil is really the lifeblood of our farm, and it's what really makes things work or not work. Imagine that if you were gonna, I stole this from Gandhi. Gandhi said, live like you're going to die tomorrow, learn like you're going to live forever. Well, take that same concept and apply it to farming. If you knew that you were going to be farming the very same farm that you are today, 1,000 years from now, how differently you might look at that soil that you're relying on for your sustenance. So we want to be making it better with each and everything that we do. So it stands to reason that if we do more of what we do that's good, and we do it more intensely, the faster we can actually improve our soils and make them better. You would think that higher intensity would actually make things worse, but just the opposite. It actually makes them better. So I love this quote by Wendell Berry. It's that we've really neglected as a society that there's a truth that a good farmer is really a craftsman. It's something that we should challenge ourselves to be the best craftsmen and the best artists in what we do, whatever that is. Whether you're growing corn and soybeans or milking cows or growing vegetables or any of the other crops that we grow, we should really challenge ourselves to do it the very best and think not only about us and today, but what kind of soil and what kind of farm we're going to leave behind for those that are going to be farming it tomorrow. Because as a society and as a people, we're going to rely on that. So thank you very much. I hope that was informative. That was the CliffsNotes version of a little of what we do, but you're very welcome to email me at dean@tangletown.gardens.com. I'm happy to answer any questions. And I guess, Rebecca, if you have any questions that you know of, I'm happy to answer them now. And if you have to move on, I understand. Just let me know.
I'm looking through the question here, and I don't see any particular questions, just some kudos for a great job, and I would echo that. Kathy says your presentation was packed full of information. Thank you for presenting, and I would agree that there's a lot happening there and a lot of takeaways for everyone. So thank you for that. I think we will keep moving on. I see we're up at our 2 o'clock time frame, and we're looking forward to Jeremiah Jans with Waterford Hops coming on. I'm going to get working on getting the screen over to him to share his slide.
All right, we good to go?
We are. Thank you so much for joining us. I'll let you take it away.
All right, thank you very much. Like you said, I'm Jeremiah. A lot of what I covered, Dean said as well. So I was with my son at the time. I didn't get to completely focus on Dean's. Unfortunately, it sounded like a lot of good stuff. So if I do repeat things he said, I'm terribly sorry. But a lot of good direction he is going as well. Just to kind of start off a little bit about myself, I kind of just started growing hops in my backyard. And just kind of thought it was unique, thought maybe I could try to brew my own beer. Found out I was terrible at it. It was not good. I only gave it one whirl, but I've always liked to grow throughout my life. Grandparents were farmers down in Worthington, Minnesota, so kind of have a little bit of a background, not too extensive. And then buddies and I were just kind of talking, messing around, and thinking about, why not have a greenhouse where you could grow hops. The reason for the greenhouse is because you can grow a lot closer to each other instead of being in soil, because I grow hydroponically. So then that way I'm able to grow a lot closer in separate buckets. I grow on top hydroponically, so my nutrients drip in. Kind of want to go outside the box. That's why I went the greenhouse with hydroponics, the unconventional method. And then also I really wasn't able to find time, I guess, per se, so I still have a full-time job, to find time to do it. And then as well as the money it costs to get acres of land, as you guys all well know, it's a little more tricky. That was one of the toughest things I had, was to try to find land. And then to get the trellis system and so forth was really tricky. So with my system, I'm able to use the greenhouse actually as my trellis system. So a lot of engineering went into it to make sure with the snow load, wind load, and then also the weight of the hops. So that's kind of a little bit about that. If you want to know more about growing outside with hops, there's tons of information online. They even give you a breakdown because it's kind of unique. Everyone wants to kind of try it, but this way was a little more beneficial towards me during the time. So a little bit about my background with hops and why I chose what I chose. Some stuff here. So like I said, it wasn't traditional farming, and then when I did grow outside, I just, like you see on the commercials and so forth, it really is true. You grab the hops and you kind of rub them between your hands or break them open, and you get that smell. I myself like IPA beers, so that really, you fall in love with the aroma. The picture here is my greenhouse crop from this last spring. So it was just a first year crop, so there's not too many cones on there, but it's just kind of the start. As you all know, breweries are popping up left and right, and they always get all of their hops from the Pacific Northwest because we're not able to have them all around here at all times. There's a few pretty big farms around here, but this way I kind of want to be unique once again and grow inside a greenhouse. So yeah, try to keep things local, like we'll try to do, keep the money back in our community. Excuse me. So that was why I chose hops. A couple resources and a couple of big thanks to send out to was University of Minnesota, the extension. It's free to anyone. Definitely go check it out. They kind of, I think once or twice a year they have classes. You just kind of log on and you're free to use it. Minnesota Hop Growers Association, it's phenomenal. They have forums where you ask ideas, and the hop community our farming community in general is just great. Everyone likes to help each other out, and any kind of questions you have, hopefully, unfortunately, some people have been through the negative stuff, but can kind of help you avoid the negative and do the right thing, or just ask questions if you're thinking about messing around with something else or have different ideas. Hydro Hop Farms is the second one. They're out of Colorado, kind of gave me a blueprint of kind of what to look for and how to start. So they were phenomenal. And then a quick story. I was driving out to meet a buddy to go golfing out in Chaska, I believe, or Chanhassen. And I drove by a greenhouse when I was kind of starting to get the idea. So I drove by and there was mustard seed greenhouse. I was like, I'll stop in and see if I can pick their brain or ask someone there about a greenhouse. And sure enough, Corey was there, and he himself, I believe he's part owner of a co-op or one of many at a brewery, Broken Clock, and he was great. Gave me his number, said any kind of questions you have, just shoot them off me and I can ask around if I don't know the answer. So once again, farmers are great. They help each other out, and it's phenomenal to be a great group a part of. So I just want to say thanks to everyone there. So my seed, or technically a rhizome, it's a little tough to get around here just because we're not as big. Not to say you can't, but I couldn't find anything too close to around here for the rhizome itself. So I had to look in the Pacific Northwest. A couple things to look for, which is also impossible too because the amount of money would go into it, is you want to try to get a disease-free or a reputable source where you get your rhizomes from. I went to Crosby Hop Farms because, once again, Hydro Hops, who kind of gave me the blueprint, that's where he got his from. And they've been around since like the 1900s, I believe. Don't quote me on that. And they're one of the biggest in the world right now, here in the U.S., I should say, for growing hops, and really great to work with. They've always helped out. So disease-free, a place in Michigan they start the plant themselves, and then they mail you that plant, and they know they can't say disease-free, but they say disease-free, if that makes any sense. So just look out, make sure it's a reputable source. So I wouldn't necessarily say go on Amazon and buy them, but if you just want to experiment, you know, it's $5, I believe, for a rhizome, unless you buy bulk, of course. So something to think about. And if any questions come up along the way, just let me know. Production. So this is kind of my greenhouse. This was the start of it, kind of side by side to see what it was. It's 36 by 114. And like I said, I grow hydroponically above with the drip feed into perlite, which I used as my medium. The reason, once again, I chose a greenhouse, I still have to work out the cost and so forth, but the capability of growing year-round. Obviously, what we're going through right now with temperatures, heat is a big one. During the day, you're typically okay because right now with the sun out, I would probably say it's at least 50 degrees inside the greenhouse right now. I don't have it remotely hooked up right now. I kind of turn everything off during the winter and let nature take its course. And then also with growing hydroponically and in a greenhouse, it's a great platform for me to maybe mess around with other plants and so forth to just see if I can try something else. Sustainability is always huge. Just kind of keep that going. And then modern technology. If it's out there, try to use it to some degree, but once again, it is technology and things can fail. So you still want to try to keep an eye on it. So it's a good one to keep in mind. So I grow everything I can do remotely if need be. I just log in through like a LogMeIn to check out my system, see if I need to turn on the fans. But once again, all the fans are temperature controlled as well as the heat. I have 6 above fans and the 2 exhaust fans you see in the back. I'll actually be adding more fans, 2 more exhaust fans and a couple more fans up above and below to kind of keep everything moving. You don't want to have anything stagnant if possible. So it's always a thing to keep in mind. I've done a lot of research and kind of jumped into this before the knowledge I really had about a greenhouse and so forth, but it's a great learning opportunity, and I tell my wife it's an expensive hobby so far. Got lucky with where I bought the greenhouse. The greenhouse is actually from the U of M. The person I bought the greenhouse from bought it from them. It was out in Becker, and he bought it from them and then grew trees in there, and then I purchased for him and leased land from him, actually. A little bit more background. This is just kind of the building process of what everything went through, just kind of the starting stages. Thought I'd throw this in there for you guys to see. The middle picture there was pretty intense. I knew what I was getting into, but I didn't know to a certain degree, so when that semi showed up and dropped off all the material, I I got scared and started second guessing everything I was doing. Just a couple pictures. Got really lucky with the person I leased land from. I was able to use a lot of his equipment as well, so very fortunate there. A couple other pictures of the startup. Couple things with production. Sorry, my notes are a little scattered here. Sorry about this. Back to kind of what Dean was saying. I think he might have covered this. If not, I'll say it again. With growing hydroponically, I'm able to spoon feed my plants to where we're giving. Some people are giving too much fertilizer that we're putting inside the soil that we don't need to put in there at all. So kind of the better way for me to monitor everything would be spoon feeding, because with my system, if I notice something to start to go bad, every single plant's getting the same exact thing. I do have different varieties, but they're getting the same thing. So if something starts to go south, I can kind of stop everything right then and there and maybe just switch to a quick vitamin solution to kind of hold back and do a little more research and kind of see what I'm deficient in or what's happening. So that's definitely a plus. Yeah, once again, over fertilizing, don't want to do that. A problem I can solve right away. With me growing in a greenhouse compared to growing outdoors, is I had a lot more upfront cost. So that was pretty heavy, but able to manage. And in the long run, it's better because then with technology, I can use that to help me out. Definitely very demanding. A lot. I knew it was going to be demanding, just like outdoors, but you need to be there constantly. And the construction of the greenhouse, we had to tear it down and rebuild. So that was took patience on my part and all my friends and family that helped out. So I want to thank them a lot. Couple things to keep in mind. What we should try to do is grow. How do I say this? Excuse me, bear with me. We want to try to keep down on our pesticides, like Dean was saying. If you can get your Brix, B-R-I-X, I'm not sure if Dean talked about that or you guys already know. If you can get your Brix, concentrate your sugar sap in your plant, if you can get that around 12%, that's going to be great. You're gonna see abundance in your crop, abundance in quality, and in your yield. And then also, if you can get, I think the Netherlands are on the forefront of everything. They're just miles ahead of us, unfortunately. And they outlawed pesticides. I forgot what year it was over there because there was too much stuff into the soil, so they outlawed everything. And they've seen their value go down. I believe it was like 20%. So they needed to find a way to fix that. And a way of fixing that, they were realizing that their calcium, they weren't getting enough calcium in their plants. So a way to kind of fix that was they added amino acid like Dean was talking about. So that was a huge thing for them, and so it dropped 20%. And then when they realized this calcium deficiency, I guess you could say, because it wasn't climbing up the plant like it needed to. It was there, but it was just kind of staying stagnant. So when they added amino acid, it kind of grabbed that calcium like a chelator and pulled it up and helped the plant thrive. So if we can get rid of pesticides, like I was saying, I don't spray anything that's non-organic. I use neem oil, or actually a thing out there nowadays is citric acid and yeast. So you can spray that on the same day as if I were to go bring it to the brewery the same day. So I could spray it on in the morning and then bring it to the brewery that afternoon, and it would not harm anyone in ingesting the beer and so forth. Then
Hey, Jeremiah, can I interrupt?
Oh, start. Go ahead.
We had a question come in, and it says, can you grow hops in Minnesota without a greenhouse? Like plant in the fall, harvest before winter? And do the plants go dormant in winter, or do you have to replant every spring if you don't use a greenhouse?
Yeah, good question. Yes, you can plant outdoors. Typically, they'll start to grow. Well, who knows here in Minnesota, but they'll start to. If you already planted them, they'll start to so they're perennials. They'll start to reemerge around March, April, and once again, depending on the weather. And they do go dormant, and the rhizomes typically, once again, if it's from a reputable source and how well you take care of them, they'll last you 25, 30 years. So make sure you have a good trellis system or a tall greenhouse for them to grow, because they can grow anywhere from 18 feet to 30 feet. So you definitely have to have the correct layout. So yes, good question. Once again, I'm speaking too fast. I'm terribly sorry. I'm a fast talker. Sorry. If I were to do everything all over again, I guess I would slow down. A lot of people tell me I have the mentality of I kind of point, shoot, aim. So the thing I would take in mind is to slow down, because when I was rebuilding reconstructing the greenhouse, I purchased my rhizomes because time was running out for them to ship them to me, because they were almost done cutting them. So I had them sitting, and they stay pretty good if you keep them in a black bag and cool, dry area, such as a basement. But I ended up keeping them 2 months longer. So when I finally was able to plant, I actually lost that whole crop just due to Minnesota winter, and really kicked in before I got my heating system and so forth. I was just so eager to get started. So it was unfortunate, but the rhizomes are your cheapest part, I guess. And since they're perennials, they always come back. So I would definitely slow down. With that being said, don't rush anything that's new. Try to get as much information as you can. Talk to anyone and everyone, even if it's not about a greenhouse or about what you're doing. Hopefully you'll get some kind of information from that person or people, or maybe just what not to do. Sorry. Oh, once again, sorry. I learned about, so with that, me losing my crop and doing so, my whole water system, my pumps and everything, as you may know now, hopefully you guys are not going through it, everything burst on me. So I had to rebuild my whole plumbing inside there to know exactly how everything works. So that was beneficial. I would have rather not find out that way and learned on the side, but learn all aspects of it. So if something were to go down, because for me, unfortunately, I don't have a lot of contacts for people doing a system like this. So if something does break, try to learn every small piece of your greenhouse or your equipment. That's very important. And then lastly, the future. I would like to combine the two of growing outdoors, but still hydroponically, because with any kind of plants out there that have invasive roots, you can grow hydroponically, so you can grow more in a closer structure. So that's definitely beneficial. Find better ways to recycle my runoff. Unfortunately, I haven't got down to the technology of once I have the runoff out the back of my greenhouse, which isn't much at all, but I'd like to take those nutrients, recycle that back in to find out what was left over, and then add what's needed. And then reach out to others, ask questions, and whatever I've learned, I definitely want to share with other people. So if you guys have any questions, shoot me an email anytime. I'd love to help anyone out who has questions about hops, greenhouse, or anything along those ways. I had a gentleman from India actually reach out to me. He's growing in a greenhouse as well, and he reached out to ask. He's starting his startup, so it's great for me to be able to give back too. I believe that is it. Just kind of keep helping each other out like we have been, and continue doing what we can.
I have one more question that came in, if you don't mind.
Yes, of course, and sorry if I went a little fast.
No, this has been great. The question that was posed is it difficult to find customers to buy hops? Would you recommend having a customer before planting?
It's not difficult, especially when I first started. I had to get, fortunately, I guess, through Compeer, which has been really helpful throughout the way and taking a chance on me, is that just like anything, you kind of have to show that you're going to have income coming in. So I went out and talked to all the brewers, and they said it'd be phenomenal if they could get a crop that's here and local, and then with a greenhouse being everything growing close quarters, they can see their product. And then with selling the product before, it's a little tough before they kind of see what you have and see what your alpha and beta acids are. So it's a little tough to sell before it's actually grown, just like anything else. I can tell you I have the best, for instance, but until you actually prove your product, you're at mercy. And it's farming, anything and everything can go wrong. You just try to hope to avoid that. Hopefully that answered that question.
Great. Well, thank you very much, Jeremiah, for joining us, and we'll be sure to share your contact info with that very generous offer.
Yes, of course. Anytime, I'd love to help out. If anybody has any questions, any aspect of it, I'll do what I can.
Great. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much for the opportunity.
Okay, I think we are going to take another brief break here. We'll get started again at 2:30 with Rachel Armstrong with her final presentations for us on sales contracts and let's see, agritourism and value added. So we'll see you all back here in about 5 minutes. We're going to wrap up our day with our final speaker here, coming back to Rachel Armstrong with Farm Commons. And she's going to kick us off here talking about sales and contracts. Rachel, go ahead whenever you're ready.
All right. Hi, everybody. I hope you have had a good time learning about all kinds of things today here through the cold weather. I am joining you from Duluth, Minnesota, and we're in the interesting position of having to share all of our cold weather with the rest of you and no longer having bragging rights that it's colder here, because it's really not colder here than the rest of Minnesota. It's all cold. So, yeah, that's today. Today also brings us sales and contracts. Then we'll get into agritourism and value-added issues. We'll run through many different points about sales contracts. You can see those on the slide in front of you. But the first and most important thing I want to mention is that this is actually not a heavily regulated area of law. For the most part, you have the kind of sales and contracting relationship that you want. The only limit to the relationship that you build for yourself in terms of sales is the agreement of the two parties. What you want, you can have. So really what we're going to be talking about today is how to figure out what you want and how to state what you want in documentation where it serves your memory and serves the relationship you're trying to create with the stakeholders to your business. So let's start by thinking about what our goal is. We all know the goal is not more paperwork. Nobody wants another thing to do for the sake of doing it. Nobody wants another thing to sign or agree to that they don't really understand and don't know why they're engaging, in the signature. That's not the goal. The goal when we're thinking about sales contracts is to have happy customers or buyers that purchase a lot from you. You want folks to pay their bills on time, and you'd like if they tell other people about you. That really seems like the goal, right? It helps when we focus on how paperwork can help us achieve that goal. How can discussing the parameters of our transaction, discussing the nature of our relationship, serve that goal? How can it make people happier, encourage people to have, to make more sales with you, and to feel good about you and the role that you play in their community? That's what it's about. And we do think that writing things down can help serve that goal rather than be opposed to it. We know that there are things that go wrong in the world of farm sales. According to a survey we did a few years ago, 30% of farmers have prepared a product for a sale that fell through. 90% of those sales that fell through, the order was then sold at a loss to someone else, or it was not sold at all. Folks seem to be split, though, on what this meant about the relationship that they had with the buyer. For some farmers, that experience made them more hesitant to sell to that buyer again. For others, they felt like orders that fall through, sales that aren't finished, was just an inevitable part of the business. In my opinion, I think both are right. Sometimes I think when a sale falls through or someone treats you poorly in the course of that transaction, that is a sign that they might not be the right buyer for you. That might not be the right market for you. But I also think in other situations, having a sale fall through is just a nature of the business. Sometimes as buyers, we don't always buy the product that we think we're going to buy as well. So what that tells us is we need to make sure that the inevitabilities of the marketplace don't unduly hurt our business. We need to make sure that we're prepared for those things, we've anticipated it, and we've put some systems in place to make sure that it's not a fatal blow to our enterprise. While at the same time, objectively assessing our buying and selling relationships and making sure that we are in the relationships that really do serve our business over the long term. When you look at, when you ask the buying market, particularly grocery retailers and wholesalers in the Midwest, they definitely cite communication with farmers as an ongoing barrier. Now, many of those are direct-to-consumer sales, so retailers and wholesalers that are working with a number of small suppliers, like communications barrier. It could be when things are more consolidated, it's easier to have consolidated communication. But either way, we have some things that we can address. We have weaknesses we can resolve. The sales agreement process is really very easy. First thing you want to do is, of course, think through the potential issues that might go wrong with this transaction you're looking at. Do you want to come to consensus with your buyers about how you want to address those issues? Come to consensus with what the expectations are for the relationship. Then, that agreement is simply the terms. Terms are just what you want. Terms aren't something mysterious or, to be found in template sales agreements. It's just what you want. So you take that and you incorporate it often into the documents you're already using, like availability sheets or invoices or sales agreements or whatever the case may be. Then you just follow through on what you said you would do. That's as easy as a sales contract gets. And the point I'm trying to make here is that a sales contract is not a white piece of paper with a bunch of writing on it that says at the top, sales contract, and says at the bottom, the heretofore signatures, evidence the commitment of the parties. Like a sales contract is really just an agreement, and it happens every day in the course of business using plain old things like emails, availability sheets, whatever. Of course, it's also those formal agreements that we come to. But I do want to broaden your perspective right off and say what we're talking about here is everyday relationships. This is where it is important to think about the nature of the transaction, what are the problems that could happen, and am I really on the same page with my buyers? Drafting a fiscally resilient sales agreement can be an easy process. The point is to think through the way things can go wrong and come up with solutions for them. So let's take a farmer who sells directly to restaurants as an example. Here we have our, Anders Farm Incorporated. Our farmer Anders grows peppers of 3 varieties here and then distributes sales availability sheets. He's run into problems with buyers who put in one order and then come back to him and want to change the order the next day, and it's very frustrating for him. I need a solution to this. What can I do? He might ask me that. I run this organization, Farm Commons. Surely I know. Well, the disappointing news is that I don't know. I don't know what is going to work for Anders. Only Anders knows what will work for him, and only his buyers know what will work for them. So there is no single answer to the question of what can I do because my buyers are changing their orders after the deadline. When I do workshops that are dedicated to sales agreements, I will ask the folks in the room, well, what are some solutions to this problem? What can we do if a buyer is constantly changing the and here they want these peppers?
Oh, Rachel, your audio is cutting out a little bit on us.
Oh, yeah. I am on a wired system now.
Strange.
I'm not sure. Yeah. I'm totally plugged in.
Okay, why don't we try to keep going, and I'll let you know if it happens again. The last thing I think we heard was you're asking the people in the room what we can do to shore this up a little bit.
Oh, sure. If it happens again, maybe I'll just call in.
Okay, that sounds good. I'll send you the call-in info.
Okay, sounds good. Sounds good. Okay. So what do we do about this? Some of the good ideas that come up from discussions like that are setting the order due date artificially early and then allowing people to make modifications until the next day, the original due date. So giving buyers the sense that orders are actually due early, but out of the goodness of your heart as the farmer, you will allow them to change their order until, noon on Wednesday, for example, in the slide in front of you. Now, all the while, orders have been due by noon on Wednesday. So when you give people this opportunity to change their order, it feels like you're being really generous. It feels like you're being nice. And the key is, a lot of times, writing a sales agreement, coming up with the terms, and putting them in some relevant location, like a sales availability sheet. This is about marketing. This is not really about the law, because you can have the arrangement of your heart's desire as long as the other person agrees to it. Then all you got to do is sell it. Sell it to the buyer. Like, this is the way we run things. I'm a really nice guy because I let you change your order after you've submitted them. So keep those things in mind when you're trying to figure out, what kind of a sales relationship do I want? What sort of rules should this relationship adhere to? A lot of this is about marketing. So you can work the marketing angle by using all kinds of nice language, like see the sample at the bottom. Our goal is your satisfaction. If any order does not meet your quality expectations, let us know by texting a picture of the problem to blah, blah, blah within 2 hours of delivery. So that sounds really nice, right? We're saying, we want you to be happy. If you're not happy, here's what you have to do. This is a bit nicer of a way of saying it than, if you have any problems, you must text me a picture, within 2 hours of delivery. This is just a nicer way to say it, but you still achieve the same goal. You're conveying to the buyer, like, look, if you have a problem, you need to tell me, and I need you to do it within a certain amount of time, and I need some documentation of that problem so that I can assess if it is indeed a problem and what I'm going to do about it. So this is a model. You can, of course, download this from our website anytime and ponder what kind of terms are going to work for you, for your unique circumstances. We also recommend using your invoice sheets or whatever you use to request payment as another opportunity to remind your buyers what your agreement is. So here we've reiterated on the invoice, we strive to provide the best possible product. If the quality of an item does not meet your expectations, you must contact us with a text picture within 2 hours of delivery. Part of the reason we're doing this is because when do problems with the product usually come up? When it's time to pay for the product. That's when people say, no, I didn't really like this thing that I purchased. An excellent time to remind them what the parameters of the sale are. Now, of course, this is the most legally resilient if you have already informed the person of these expectations before they bought the product, and that this really is a reminder that now is not the time to raise an issue with what we provided to you. If push comes to shove and you did not tell them that before, this could be too late. You might not have a case in court that they should still pay you for the product if you didn't tell them earlier what they were supposed to do if they had a problem. So this is belt and suspenders type of relationship maintenance. Tell them first, remind them, and keep in mind that yes, this is a legal contract, and yes, you really could sue if bad things happen, if they don't want to pay when they didn't tell you within 2 hours that they had a problem. Rebecca, how is the volume? Should I call in?
We seem to be better now.
Okay, sounds good. Maybe the cold weather is causing some sort of weird internet outage.
Could be.
Okay. So availability sheets and invoices, these are just two examples. This can be as informal as a series of emails. Would you like to buy, X bushels of wheat? I'm having it cleaned at such and such, or X quantity of seed for ABC. An email, a series of emails discussing what a sales relationship is going to be, who's going to buy what, for what amount, when's it going to be delivered. That is a contract. These are a contract. Anytime people come to consensus about what is going to happen, that is a contract. Is it enforceable in court? Very often it is. The state of Minnesota and other states do have laws that say, a sale of goods over $500 needs to be in writing to be enforceable. Well, that is all well and true. But there are other grounds on which a person could still try to enforce a relationship, a sales relationship that wasn't in writing. Some avenues may be foreclosed to you if you don't write it down, but not all of them. So when you go into a sales relationship, bear in mind, anytime you're agreeing with somebody, that is a legally enforceable relationship. Things like promises, things like gifts, that's not enforceable, but sales are. Sometimes, though, what I'm saying to folks, hey, you have enforceable sales relationship if all you have is a series of emails, and they say, wait, I don't want to hear that. I don't want a contract. I want flexibility. You can have that too. You can have a documented set of expectations between your buyer and yourself, and you can have flexibility. Just make sure to state it. Make sure to give yourself the outs that you need to be sure that you can satisfy expectations. If you say, yes, I can have that for you Tuesday, but in the back of your mind, you're not quite sure if you're going to have that on Tuesday, just say, and if anything happens, I will let you know by Monday at 5 p.m. So it is good to commit, and it's also good to commit to ways that we get out of our agreements. Far better to say, and if I don't, I'll let you know by 5 p.m. on Monday, than to just not have the product on Tuesday. When we research what makes for satisfied business-to-business relationships, it's really just about having one's expectations met. It's not about, they bend over backwards for me, they do everything I ask. It's just they set accurate expectations and then they fulfill them. So go in with the knowledge that whatever you're doing, it's probably an enforceable agreement, and you need flexibility and you can give it to yourself. We have a nice video on our website that features a group of farmers that went into a sales negotiation with a small college for the purchase of fresh vegetables over summer. The college was reticent to commit to that purchase, but the farmers in the area stood firm, and they said, it's going to take a significant amount of commitment for us to produce this product for you. We start planning in January. We start seeds in our greenhouse early on. Like this is a significant amount of work for us, and if you're not willing to actually commit to this purchase, we need to know that well ahead of time so that we can find backup buyers. Well, fortunately, the college was willing to commit, and the college ended up agreeing that they would give 6 weeks of lead time if that relationship was going to be terminated. And even after, even if they elected to terminate within 6 weeks, they would still pay for a portion of the product, knowing that the farmers couldn't just turn around and get it for the same price from someone else. This is in towns with a lot of buyers available. To a lot of farmers, that's really surprising. Like 6 weeks of notice to cancel, and they still pay a portion of the purchase price? Yes, you can have that as long as your buyer agrees to it and you sell it. CSA sales can give us more problems. And actually, I should pause and make sure that there aren't any questions. Rebecca, anything rolling in?
I don't see anything at this time.
Sounds good. That's kind of expected because I'm not really giving a lot of detailed information. It's more, sorry, I don't have answers. You can come up with it, though. But that's good news. Okay, so CSA sales. These can get complicated. And for anyone who's not familiar, CSA is Community Supported Agriculture. It is a relationship based on the buyer giving the farmer money ahead of time so that the farmer can invest in producing that crop. Then the buyer receives a share of the farmer's production, usually over the course of an entire summer, but it could be a month, it could be a year. Let's say that Farmer Jill has started a CSA. She has sold shares. She has taken people's money. Then some sort of disaster strikes, and she is not able to produce the food that she anticipated she would. She has a CSA member who doesn't get any deliveries at all and wants her $600 back. And so the CSA member decides she is going to sue the farmer in small claims court for return of that $600. At this point, most farmers are thinking, oh my goodness, is she going to win? The answer, of course, is I don't know. It depends on what were the expectations that Farmer Jill laid out. What was the agreement that Jill had with that CSA member? Was the CSA member told that there was a possibility that he or she would get no food? Were they told how that possibility might materialize and whether or not they had any opportunity to, to negotiate that or to request a refund? Ideally, of course, in this kind of a situation, Farmer Jill would have written an accurate and thorough membership agreement that each of her CSA members would sign. If that agreement says, in the event that I have a hard season, I'm not going to give you your money back, then that's what happens. There's no money back, and even if you sue in small claims court, you're not going to get it. Now, some of the devil is always in the details there, and we'll get into that in detail in a couple more slides here. It is important to reflect, though, that if Farmer Jill does wind up in this sort of a situation, this is not a good situation. She has lost money, she has lost time, and she has certainly lost her reputation. And what are the chances that she could restart any sort of CSA agreement or make any direct-to-consumer sales in her community? So, of course, this is very bad, and we don't want this to happen just for practical reasons. But legally speaking, we can prevent lawsuits and unpredictable outcomes through a clear written CSA member/shareholder agreement. You can call it what you want. Your goal, of course, is to shape accurate expectations. If somebody thinks that you are going to deliver, the most pristine set of iceberg lettuce and, round tomatoes and strawberries all throughout the summer, they're going to be disappointed. And it may be that you don't want that person as a buyer in the first place. So by shaping accurate expectations, we can get the buyers that we need for our unique circumstances. And this isn't just about CSA. And CSA is especially important because the concept can be quite different than the way we shop at the grocery store. But if you're making wholesale sales, selling at the farmer's market, expectations are a bit more in line with what you're probably prepared to provide. The secondary reason to develop clear written agreements is, of course, so you can defend yourself in court if you need to and if you want to. I think most farms in that situation would probably scrape together $600 to give back to the person who is going forward with the lawsuit, but others will want to defend themselves just on the basis of fairness. If somebody did commit to your CSA and agreed that they wouldn't receive their money back, then that's the way it should be. We encourage, especially for CSA sales and other innovative, unique arrangements between buyer and seller, that you talk about things like risk and reward. Might your customers receive nothing? Do you buy in other farms' products? Before I skip to the next slide, I want to draw a parallel here to other unique arrangements. What is particularly attractive about CSA to many farmers is the idea that you can get money for your production ahead of time. You don't have to put out all the capital ahead of time and wait until you have the product and then sell it. There's no reason that principle can't be applied in other types of sales that we might engage in, like a relationship with a processor who is making salsa, or someone who wants to grow out a unique seed varietal or something like that. You can absolutely say, well, I want to share in the risk of engaging in this transaction. Maybe this seed hasn't been trialed in my area before, or you want a unique processing product that I don't have experience growing. There are innovative ways to share the risks of production. It's limited only by your creativity, and if that's something you're looking at, Farm Commons does have a special resource on contracting ahead of production that will help you think through the different things that can go wrong, the different ways that you can share risk and indeed share reward if that variety proves especially effective in your area, something like that.
Rachel, I have a question for
Oh,
you.
yeah. Mm-hmm.
If a farmer is in a situation where they have historically operated under a handshake agreement with one or several people, and they'd like to move forward with doing a more formal written contract, do you have any tips on how they can approach that change in the relationship?
I think that is a terrific question, and it is very much the answer is going to depend on the type of relationship that you have with them. However, though, some things that come quickly to mind is arguments, ideas like, my memory isn't getting any better, and my business is expanding. I have a lot of different buyers, and I just want to be sure that my memory is going to hold throughout the course of the season. Things get pretty, XYZ, whatever. This is about memory. This is not about creating a more adversarial relationship. It's about making sure that I can, that I remember and understand what your expectations are so that I can satisfy them. Other farms might have an opportunity if they are introducing management positions to their structure, if they're training a successor, things like that. They can say, it's really hard for me to share with so-and-so the nature of this relationship when there's nothing in writing. And it would really help me train in so-and-so or help so-and-so handle your concerns and address this relationship too if we have something in writing. And that way, if you negotiate something else with them, I can have access to that information too without everybody repeating themselves. So you can emphasize convenience, memory, like that. You could also say, draw on, there's all sorts of reasons why you need to keep good records for your business. Certainly the IRS is interested in good records, but increasingly satisfying your obligations under, say, the Food Safety Modernization Act or other things like that require good records. You could say this is all part of your effort to get better about business documentation and record keeping. So anyways, I'm just making this stuff up. These are just arguments that I would come up with in my own mind. And it does help when you're kind of a people-minded sort of person, or, I guess in my case, I'm not really a people-minded person, but I am an attorney dynamics type of person where I'm constantly thinking of possibilities and strategies. So in your situation, it might be helpful to sit down with someone close to you who has those kinds of skills just to toss around some ideas. And remind yourself that, it is all about, marketing, selling the idea that writing it down is good for everybody, because it is.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Very often, though, we don't have the luxury of anything about what I'm talking about. We don't have the luxury of negotiating terms, of advocating for what we want or coming to consensus. Instead, somebody hands us something and they say, sign this or no deal. That matters, and you do need to be prepared in those situations as well. The main point that I want to make at this time is to say that even though you might call it boilerplate, even though what you might be handed is a standard template agreement that everybody is handed and everybody signs, that doesn't mean it's not legally binding. Assume that everything in there is completely legally binding. You can't get out of anything in there that might come to haunt you by saying, but I didn't read it, but this is just boilerplate, but they do this to everybody. Yes, and it still is binding if you signed it. What should you look for in something that's handed to you? First, I want to emphasize anything that says this is the entire agreement of the parties. It very likely will say that, and it needs to be true. If you have any agreement with them that is not written in that agreement, this is a big red flag. Make sure that all of your agreement is in there. Don't read anything and say, oh, but we came to, oh, but that doesn't apply to me. We talked about XYZ. Nothing else matters. So write in whatever it was that, whatever the XYZ is, whatever the other agreement that you have. Who cares if it's pen and paper? You're just scratching it in. Scratch it in for sure. It's got to be there. Look out for insurance obligations because that stuff, it never jumps out at anyone, but it really does matter and can get you in trouble if you're not carrying the kinds of insurance that they want you to carry, especially if something bad happens. Indemnification is a promise to make someone whole if your actions hurt them. This can really snowball financially. Your actions can hurt someone in a number of ways that you never anticipated, in part because you don't know what else they have riding on the product you're giving them. If a bride wants green beans for her wedding and she doesn't get them and the whole contract is off and you were the one who didn't deliver the green beans, technically, if you indemnified them, to pay them for the loss of that sale. Food safety procedures are important, and then everything that I talked about before, like people change their order, or they cancel the order, they want different kinds of packaging. Everything matters. You can, of course, get attorney review, and I do highly recommend that, but it does cost, and it's hard to see making that money back. Why would I pay $200 for an attorney to review this just for the privilege of continuing to sell my product? Well, for the proactive or risk-adverse, the peace of mind might be worth it. The bargaining power that you would get from an attorney telling you what it means, that could be a good thing for you, depending on this relationship and the longevity it might have. So those are good things to keep in mind. In the absence of that, though, you can do more education. I haven't told you nearly enough what you would want to know to assess your typical boilerplate. If you're familiar with Farmers Legal Action Group, they are based out of Twin Cities. They produce some amazing educational resources as well. They have a Farmer's Guide to Organic Grain Contracts. That's the name of the document. Even if you're not contracting in organic grain, it's a really good resource for understanding template contract provisions that are handed to you by a buyer who's apparently paid their attorney to write the thing up. So it's a long and dense manual, but it's really good if you want to know what these kinds of things mean. Some negotiating tactics that are worth throwing out there. Send your contract first. Don't wait for someone to get you what their boilerplate is. It's nice. Sometimes it can be nice to send a message that you have thought about what you want. You thought about what you need, and you understand your business. That can put you in a good position, especially if you have less power in the relationship. It can, be a move to try to get more power. Especially if we're dealing with restaurants and small buyers, call to determine who is the decision maker and try to gauge their flexibility. They might be far more flexible. They may not understand that contract they handed you just as much as you might not understand it. So don't hesitate to call and ask questions. You should also know that it is certainly within your ability to cross out and write in new terms to any document that is handed to you. If you do that and you send it back and they don't say anything about it, those crossed out and scratched in new terms do become the binding agreement within a certain amount of time if they don't get back to you. So you have some power when it comes to contracts and sales, whether you're the big guy or the little guy or whatever position that you are in. So that wraps up what I have on sales contracts, if there's any other questions on that.
I don't see any that came in. If you guys have questions on sales contracts, feel free to type them in that chat box. But Rachel, in the meantime, why don't we keep moving on?
Wonderful. So next up, agritourism and adding value. We'll run through several different issues. Agritourism and adding value are really a potpourri of randomness, just things that come to bear on the farm when you do something different and invite more people onto the farm to have a good time. And I do want to see at the outset, I'm totally in support of these things. I hate to be the bearer of bad news that they can get legally complicated. That's certainly not to say that you shouldn't do this or it's a bad idea. It's a wonderful idea, and so much of agritourism and adding value is returning viability to farms, is contributing to their resiliency, and I think these things are essential. I do see farmers create more risk with tourism and adding value than is really necessary. And so, of course, it's my goal to make these opportunities create true resiliency for the farm by raising these as issues beforehand, of course. First one is zoning. No matter what code your zoning code is, whether you are in agriculture, residential, commercial, anything, your zoning code may prohibit events on the farm. It can prohibit value-added agricultural production in basically any code. So it can prohibit you from hosting tours, from adding classes, from turning your herbs into teas or your fruit into jam. So oftentimes things like commercial farming and farm stands are protected. But the thing is, agritourism and value added is not considered farming in many zoning codes. So anything else we're doing besides the bare bones production of crops or livestock, we need to go into it thinking, this is not considered farming. Is it allowed in my zone? Sometimes that can be a good thing. If you're in a residential zone and farming already isn't allowed, maybe it's going to be easier to get some sort of value-added production or event. It can be the case. You never know what you're going to find when you look at zoning codes until you look at it. So that's, of course, our primary action step here. Learn your zone. If you don't have a farm yet, or you lease, or you're looking to buy, this is an essential step before you commit to putting your farm on a piece of the earth anywhere. Discover what you are and are not allowed to do on that land. So find your farm on a zoning map. There's going to be a code, more than likely, going to be a code that corresponds to it. For agriculture, it's often called A1 or A2, residential, R1 or something like that. Then your task is to figure out what is allowed in that code, that A1 or that R1 or R2 or whatever the case may be. The bad news is that looking up and reading the zoning code can be a terrible experience. They're long, they're convoluted, they're not written in normal language. Everything you need to know isn't in one place, so you've got to track the dang thing all over the 500 pages that it spans. These are ordinances, so they are written like ordinances, and it does have to be that way since we can't just write ordinances in free-form text, but it can be really frustrating. Sometimes, if like me, you have 3 small children running around, it's just not going to happen in your free time, so you need some other way to figure out what's in the code so you can take action. Here are some possibilities. Try your public library librarian. I call these folks the original Googles. They know all manner of things about how to find the code and can also help you understand it or find other material that might be published to help you understand it. So definitely go to your public library and ask a reference librarian for assistance. Of course, you can also call the zoning office. I don't lead with one because oftentimes when we're trying to figure out if something is allowed, we don't want to go ask the people who are going to enforce it if it's not allowed. Sometimes we want more information and we want to maintain control before we figure out how to approach the zoning office. So, of course, it's an option, but I definitely see why that might not be your first one. Of course, you can talk to neighbors. The key is make sure they're actually in the same zone as you because they might be next to you, but in a different zone. Once you delve into it, you might find that on-farm pizza night is not allowed, or it is allowed. You might find that farm events that have more than 100 people onto the property are only allowed if you get a permit. Or often, the agritourism or value-added venture of your dreams is never mentioned at all. This could be if you're trying to dry teas and dry herbs and turn them into teas. That's just what people thought you were ever going to do, so they didn't bother to articulate whether you could or not. Same with other innovative on-farm events and things like that. So if it's allowed, that's great. If it's not, that's a bummer. You can try to change the zoning code. If it's allowed under some conditions, that usually means you need to go through a permitting process and you need to convince the powers that be that what you are planning is consistent with the community's vision for the property. So again, it turns into a sales and political, venture to sell what you're doing in the best possible light. When it's not mentioned at all, this can be one of the most vexing situations that you're going to be in. Folks take two approaches. One, ask for permission. That's always a good approach. And there you go into it with a sales mentality. I need to convince them that this thing is allowed and they should either, they should interpret the code to allow my thing. Of course, many people choose the beg for forgiveness strategy, the alternative to asking for permission. Sometimes that works. So this can be really disappointing. Like, I'm not necessarily telling you whether your thing is allowed or not and how to get it to be allowed. Zoning is highly local, highly local. When you find that things are not allowed under some conditions or never mentioned, usually it's a good idea to start by understanding the power dynamics of the people that would approve your application. Understand how they feel about your the type of venture that you are proposing. What are they worried about in their community? And you figure out who the influencers are, influence things. Working with a local attorney can be a good option as well, because they often understand the power dynamics already and can help plug you into it. Let's say that the value-added venture of your dream involves cottage food laws. That can be a terrific way to increase the resiliency of your farm, add another revenue stream, and use product that you might be producing on your farm in a way that's going to make you more money. Read up on the rules before you go out and do that, and do understand that you may be violating your zoning code just because the cottage food laws allow you to do it doesn't mean that your zoning code allows you to do it. They can still say no. So check into whether there's any restriction for commercial production on your property at that scale. Also know that just because it's allowed under the food code doesn't mean you're not liable if it makes someone sick. We talked about this morning. Insurance can help protect you from the risk of someone getting sick. Make sure that your policy is geared to do that. So again, it's a good idea, but it can get you into some sticky situations. Perhaps the value-added venture that you want involves food and meals. The most important thing to know right here is that serving food on your farm or anywhere is quite the regulated process, and there is a lot you need to know. Whether you are serving hot dogs and chips and soda, or a 9-course meal with wine, it's very likely going to require a permit. Assume that if it is anything other than a potluck, a permit is likely required. In Minnesota, check out a manual called Come and Get It. It's all about on-farm food service, and it will walk you through in great detail what it's going to take to get these permits. Some of the permitting issues are what you would expect. You need to have a wash station. You need to, wear gloves and ensure that the food comes from approved sources, which can include your farm. But some of it you might not anticipate, like all the water used in administering the food event needs to come from an approved source, and what is an approved source can get complicated in terms of, are you on a well? Has the well been tested? So this can get quite involved and take a year or two or more of planning to make sure that the enterprise that you want for your farm is really going to work. Some folks are saying, nope, that's not my vision. I want to serve food. I'm not really into the potluck idea. That's not quite what I was thinking. I was thinking of using one of these online platforms that have popped up where I can sell access to a meal on my farm. Everybody seems to be doing it. These people aren't getting in trouble. Is this exempt because it's a private party? Well, I think the important thing to know is just because someone online lets you do it doesn't mean that it's legal. Uh, I would say that some of these platforms are operating in a legal gray area where they're allowing you to sell a ticket to your kitchen to eat your food. If the health inspector stopped by and wanted to request that you have a food establishment permit to do anything like that, they're probably going to win the case. If you are not, if what you're doing is something other than providing a meal to your family or a friend who's a legit friend that you've known, again, assume it needs a license. Going back to agritourism a bit, risk management. Yes, anytime you have someone out to your farm, they can get hurt. They can start playing on equipment. They can fall into holes. They can get bit by animals, touch electric fences. You need to know that the standard farm insurance policy that most farms carry, farm liability, may not cover events that you hold on your farm. You may need to get a special little something called an event endorsement to extend coverage to those events. These are affordable, generally speaking. $30 to $50, maybe $100. So it's not a lot of money, and your insurance agent can tell you what is available through the insurance company that you have. Maybe you don't like that. You're saying, Rachel, I don't want to spend more on insurance. I would like to use one of those waivers. The bottom line here is that a waiver is not the greatest solution for avoiding legal liability for accidents that might happen on your farm. Assume they'll be wholly ineffective for youths. For adults, maybe they'll give you something, but it's hard to say, and you would likely still be sued, if only just to prove that the waiver that you used was legitimate. So you would have to make that defense in court. You would have to say, I used a waiver. The waiver was appropriate to this situation. The waiver was effective. That's going to cost you a lot of time and money just to make that defense. So that's why we go back to insurance. The insurance is there to give you that defense and to pay out if you are held liable for it. But all that isn't to say, or my opinion is not never use a waiver. My opinion is make sure you understand the point of using a waiver. If it's not legal liability, it might be for communication. Maybe you want to be sure everybody knows to stay out of the barn. Handing them a piece of paper that says, I understand, it's dangerous and I'm not going to go in it, could be a good step for you. If they still go in anyways, you might get in trouble, but you tried. Okay. For farms where value added and diversification looks like processing, like let's say a farm has a lot of squash and consistently does year over year, and they'd like to chop these into cubes and start marketing squash cubes. Or a farm wants to start a pizza night. In addition to everything else we've talked about, insurance, liability, zoning, those sorts of issues, we also have potential labor law matters going on here. The bottom line is the same, that chopping squash and cooking pizza are not agricultural activities. That's why it's a problem with zoning. That's why it's a problem in labor and employment. If on your farm you are relying on exemptions for farms from traditional employment rules, these are going to go away when you start doing processing or agritourism. So for example, it is possible for farms in Minnesota to pay less than the minimum wage to an employee under some circumstances. Go to our website, watch the webinar if you need full details on when that might be the case. This often happens when people are hiring an intern or apprentice or someone whose education they're investing in, and so they don't provide a market rate for a wage. If that individual also does pizza night or veggie chopping, or even gives farm tours, they're not a farm employee, and there is no exemption from minimum wage. Same happens with overtime and with workers' compensation. Most farms don't pay overtime to employees. That's not legal if the employee is performing non-agricultural activities in that week. Yeah, workers' comp is another example. So be careful that you are following non-farm, usual, regular old employment laws if you start doing things that are not considered farming. And the important thing to note is it's not just for that hour in which they do it. It's usually for the whole week they do it. So yeah, you follow different rules: minimum wage, workers' comp, overtime, etc. The Americans with Disabilities Act. This may apply to you. If you are hosting an event that is open to the public, well, you're prohibited from discriminating against persons with disabilities. So if you have an orchard and you open the orchard up for a tour a couple of times a year, or you start selling apples, selling cider, what I'm trying to say is, even if what you're doing is quite modest, if it is open to the public, you can't discriminate. If you were to host a farm event just for your CSA members, or a more just your buyers or something like that, the event might not be considered open to the public. Not to say you're going to rush out and discriminate against people with disabilities, of course, but know where the line exists there and what you're required to do. What does that mean, that you can't discriminate against persons with disabilities? It does not mean you need to do an extensive remodeling and install ramps and have an elevator just to host an orchard tour. It means that if a person with a disability requests a reasonable accommodation so that they can attend the tour, you can't prohibit them from that. If someone says, can I bring my seeing eye dog? And you say, well, no, we don't allow any dogs at all. But that could be a problem, because then no one who is blind may be able to attend that tour. So reasonable accommodations are what is expected here to ensure that we're not discriminating against people with disabilities. If your venture does require a building permit, you need to pull a permit so that you can remodel a barn for your cider sales or things like that. That's really when the ADA can require the installation of ramps, accessible bathrooms, and things like that. So make sure that that process is being considered when you are, doing your engineering, looking at what this is going to cost you. If you're making those decisions and you don't have a build permit yet, then know that some costs might go up if that is required as you go forward. All right, we do have many other resources at our website about hosting events and value-added production. And we have a whole guide on, it's called Dealing with Regulators, which I don't mean to be derisive to regulators. That's just how most farmers think about it. This guide will help you understand what the regulator is dealing with. They don't dislike you most of the time. They're just trying to do their job. And so our guide can help you understand what that job really is and where they have flexibility and where they don't have flexibility. So that's good to know, so that you can work fairly with them as you're trying to achieve a certain outcome. We have tip sheets on the tax aspects of doing value-added and agritourism. What schedules these things need to go on, that sort of stuff. We have a guide, Hosting Safe, Legally Secure Farm Events, that expands on the issues that we raised in here. Lots of information on insurance. So tons of stuff. Go check it out. And I left 5 minutes or so for any questions that come up.
Great. Thank you, Rachel. We'll just give people a moment here if you want to enter any questions into our chat bar there. Always a lot to think about.
I hope I didn't discourage people. It's good to know that there's huge opportunity in these sorts of things. Customers want it and will pay for it. And getting a good business plan developed can take a little time and have some added costs, but it's always better to know about them ahead of time at least.
Agreed. All right. Well, Rachel, I think that we will wrap up with you there for the day. Then you gave us lots of great resources that I will go ahead and compile and include in our notes for the webinar here so people have access to those. And I know your website was on there, and you mentioned kind of that open chat that you host on occasion for people to pop in and ask questions. So we'll make sure we get that included there too. Was there anything else that you wanted to make sure people knew about or want them to check out on your website?
No, but just I did forget to mention that this time around. Third, or is it fourth? Oh man, go to our website and register. It's called Commons Call to bring some questions and talk with Farm Commons staff and other farmers on the call about questions and situations you're experiencing. Perfect for questions like, how can I try to introduce a contract where we haven't had a relationship like that for the last, 5 years? Honestly, farmers are usually better at answering those kind of questions than I am. So that's the point of the Commons Call, is to try to create an environment where you can learn from other peers, the conversation with our legal expertise.
Fantastic. Well, thank you very much for joining us, Rachel. We appreciated having your expertise here today.
It was good. Fun time. Thank you.
Great. Thanks. All right, everyone. We are reaching the end of our webinar day. I know for many of us, it is a long day of sitting in front of the computer, something that maybe we're not always used to. So I appreciate you hanging in there with us and joining us in this virtual format here today. Before we close up, I just want to spend a few minutes kind of recapping our day and talking about what happens next. So let me bring my PowerPoint back up for us here. Click through a little bit. Got all that done. All right, we're on to our wrap up. So one of the things that I think happens to all of us when we go to a conference or we attend any sort of educational event, we take lots of notes and we make lots of comments to the people next to us. Oh, that was a really good point, and I have to remember that. And when I get home, I'm going to. But then we get home and life kind of sets back into its normal flow, and we kind of put those notes on the back burner, or maybe we put them on our desk with good intentions to get back to them, and someday doesn't always arrive maybe as quickly as we'd like. So I'd like to spend just a few minutes here with those of you who can hang out for a little bit yet, talking about how we create some action plans around taking what we've learned today and applying it to our operations. So spending a little bit of time reflecting on what ideas you might have heard today that could be adopted to your own use. And I'm going to open the chat feature back up. If you guys have comments that you want to make on these questions, you're welcome to make them in the chat. Otherwise, I would really encourage you to think about these and spend some time writing it down for yourself too, so that you have that and can refer to it. So when I think about what sort of ideas I heard today or themes, I took a few notes here that I just wanted to share with you. We heard from so many different farmers about their very diverse operations today. And I think one of the takeaways that I had was that every operation is so unique. And they're so different, and each of you has your own unique operation, and you run it with your own unique value set. So how do we take some of these individualities and distill the lessons that we heard today into something that would be effective for your own farm and for your own operation? I heard a lot about being able to take a step back from what you do day to day and really evaluate, am I doing this because I've always done it, and it's the best business decision for me and for my farm and for my family and for everyone else that my operation impacts? Or am I doing this because it's what I want to do and it's in alignment with my values? And how do I find a line that connects both of those things, so that I'm happy doing this and the farm's doing what I need it to do for me today and for tomorrow and for 5 years from now. So doing some step back work and really thinking about that and setting goals around that, setting some short-term goals and setting some long-term goals for yourself as well. I also heard a lot today about what are consumers asking for, and I think that that's not always a question we hear in agriculture or we talk about much, is what are consumers asking for? So maybe spend a little bit of time thinking about if that might be a right avenue for you to explore on your operation. Think about what gaps there might be in the market, and if your farm is set up to produce something that can fill those gaps. And if it's not set up that way right now, but it's something you really want to do, how can you help facilitate moving your farm towards that? The next question I wanted everyone to think about is, what are some of the hurdles that all of this brought up for you today? What are those big things that you're going to have to overcome between you and your goal? If we think back to Tara Johnson's speech at the very beginning, or her presentation at the beginning, she talked about having a lot of challenges that she overcame, and I know you all do that every day on your operations too. And maybe we're not trying to fundraise $14 million like she was, but there are huge hurdles between us and our goals sometimes, and we really have to take the time to think about how we want to approach those when they happen. One of the themes that I heard on this was building a team and finding a network of like-minded people or peers that can support you and will allow you to share your ideas and help you answer questions, and maybe also help you find more questions that you would need to find answers to. So where are those peer groups? Are they your neighbors? Are they networks you're already connected to? Are they within agriculture? Are they outside of agriculture so you can get some other ideas in the pot? Several people today also mentioned how wonderful the agriculture community is at sharing ideas and being open books and allowing people to come onto their farms and see what they're doing and ask questions about how they got started. And that's been my experience too, that's very true for our agriculture community. And the final thing I really hope that you all take some time to think about is putting together the very beginnings of an action plan. What are 2 or 3 things that you can do to continue some forward momentum and forward progress? How do we not get stuck? So these could be very simple, such as following up on one of the resources that were given to us today, doing some searching around on Google or calling some experts. It might be starting to gather that team of people that you want around you to help you focus on your ideas. Maybe it's writing down one of your goals. Maybe it's starting to pencil out a business plan that you keep meaning to put together and reviewing that with your lender, or reviewing it with your tax preparer or other teams of professionals that might offer some additional insights. So take a few minutes to write down 1 or 2 things that you really want to accomplish. You know, you took a lot of time out of your day to listen to all of this today, and how do you make that meaningful, and how do you make that really add value to your operation? You know, we have a hard time taking time out to do some professional development like this. So when we take the time, we should really make it count. And for those of you who are here today, I believe you'll really do that, and I appreciate it. I think with that, we are going to go ahead and close our session. We will have recordings available in the coming weeks here. So again, thank you all for your time. I hope everyone stays warm and keeps everything moving on your farms. And don't be afraid to reach out to any of us here at Compeer if you have additional questions. All right, thank you all. Have a great rest of your day.